2013 meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission. Secretary Elner, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Alchek, Vice Chair Keller, present. Commissioner King, present. Commissioner Martinez, present. Chair Michael, present. Commissioner Pinelli, Commissioner Tanaka. Commissioner Pinelli said he would be absent tonight, and Commissioner Tanaka is stuck in traffic, so he's on his way.
So this evening we have three topics on our agenda. The first is a study session on traffic impact analysis methodology, then a public hearing on the California Avenue concept plan and the housing element zone code changes. We'll start with the study session on the traffic impact analysis methodology with a staff report from Chief Transportation Official Jaime Rodriguez. We don't have any cards.
Okay, I'm going to introduce this item if you don't mind. Hillary Gittleman, the Planning Director, and I'm going to introduce Jaime and Raphael are here from our staff. In addition, in the audience today, we have Jill Huff from Hexagon Transportation Consultants and Robert Swerk from VTA. So if we have questions for them, we can ask them to help us out. Just to start off the conversation, we tried to, in our staff report, lay out for you, commissioners, and for the public, just some of the work that we do behind the scenes to analyze traffic impacts of possible land use decisions. So it's just good planning, and it's also required from a CEQA perspective to thoroughly assess the potential impacts of proposed actions. And that means impacts that are direct results, that would be direct results of the project, indirect impacts, and also the project contributions to cumulative impacts. So we spent some time in the staff report outlining methodology, the standards that are used to evaluate impacts, and then talked a little bit about some of the new tools and improvements that are being thought of in terms to assist us in getting better and better over time at the way we do these analyses. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Jaime. He has a presentation for you. We're hoping to move through it pretty quickly and entertain any comments and questions you have. This is really just an informational item, and we're happy to answer those questions.
Thank you, Hillary. Chair Michael, members of the Commission. Before we get started, I just wanted to note, because it is important to note that Commissioner Tanaka and Jill, who are stuck in traffic, it is freeway traffic, not local traffic, since we're introducing a discussion about TIA reports. And there we go. Hey, how you doing? So, excuse me, got a new clicker here, so let me get used to this. Before we begin, I want to just kind of start framing the discussion regarding why do we do traffic impact analysis reports. The purpose of a TIA, or traffic impact analysis, is to document the demands of the transportation infrastructure that's created by a development project, but it's also to actually look at impacts that may come from public improvements. TIAs are not limited to the private sector, they're limited to public improvements. And the city completes its own TIA reports, and a good example of a TIA that we recently completed was a TIA that we did for the California Avenue streetscape project just a couple of years ago ourselves. And anytime we propose any type of a public infrastructure improvement that has a change in the roadway infrastructure, we complete a TIA to some capacity as well. Within Santa Clara County, the VTA, and Robert's here from them, the VTA develops the guidelines or standards which we follow within our county to make sure that there's, most importantly, consistency in the way those reports are developed within our county. The VTA serves as the congestion management agency for Santa Clara County and is responsible for reporting information regarding our transportation infrastructure back towards MTC. And every county has some form of a little mini CMA like the VTA that feeds information back to MTC at a regional level. That's to make sure that we are all adhering to state requirements for the monitoring of traffic within our region. So as a member agency of the VTA, we are required to follow the standards for TIA development within our county that are set forth by the VTA. Now, the TIA guidelines, which we'll talk about tonight, are framed from the documents that the VTA prepares, but those are really for what are called complete traffic impact reports or full TIAs. These are for larger scale projects, typically projects that are developing at least 100 trips, new trips from a site, into the roadway infrastructure. And that report will vary in level if there is less than 100 trips to be developed by that site. But we, in Palo Alto, and most cities in Santa Clara County, I should say all cities in Santa Clara County, follow those guidelines, even when the trips are below. It's just really the size of the report that varies in the structure, but what's reported as far as the amount of trips that are generated, the process in which that is followed to identify that traffic, that is all the same regardless of the size of the project. So when we're talking about TIAs, a TIA is just one of about a dozen and a half various elements that feed into a full CEQA document or environmental impact report that's prepared for a project. And you can see here the full list of environmental factors that are evaluated. And tonight we're going to be talking mostly about the TIA or transportation focus of a CEQA document. So to help kind of walk you through what we typically do to develop TIAs with the private sector community, we thought we'd walk you through how they're even started. So typically what will happen is a consultant will be selected by a developer, and that developer works with that consultant to figure out the size of the project that is being considered for a site. And then that consultant will outreach to the city, typically directly to us in transportation, either myself or Raphael. Did we introduce Raphael? We did, right? Raphael is typically actually probably the first contact because most of the consultants know Raphael as kind of our TIA expert within our team. And then they will work with Raphael to figure out, hey, if I have a project coming in on El Camino Real, this is the approximate size of the project. They'll agree on the level of study, and then what's agreed upon is documented in a follow-up letter back to the city, what's called a project scoping memo. So again, for a large-scale project that's developing more than 100 trips, that complete or full TIA process is followed that's identified within the VTA TIA guidelines. But what happens most of the time in Palo Alto, we have projects that are much smaller than that. And so that full process isn't followed. And we break it up into really two categories. And everywhere that I've ever worked in Santa Clara County, this is pretty much the same structure that is followed. If a project has usually between 50 and 99 trips, we follow something that is very similar to a full TIA, but it's usually called a focused traffic impact analysis report. It's more of a comprehensive memorandum that still identifies which locations are being studied in the city. Typically, when we mean areas that are being studied, we're talking about signalized intersections. Depending on where the project is being proposed, we may request unsignalized intersections also be analyzed for improvements that may be appropriate to maintain safety within the community, and things that could be considered for those types of intersections can be, new traffic signals, to offset safety concerns, median island construction, those types of factors. We also will document other things that we want to see studied at that focused TIA level, such as, residential streets that are adjacent to a proposed site, to see if we need to do a focused, what's called a tire analysis, or I'll come back to the definition for tire, it's slipping my mind, but yeah, there you go. But we also look at things like parking. Are there parking concerns within an adjacent neighborhood that may be appropriate to be included within the TIA? We'll want to document in those focused traffic studies the amount of parking that's being developed by a project, parking that may be impacted off-site, meaning on-street. If there are driveways being relocated or new driveways being added, those have an impact to the community as well, even though they're not on-site. So we try to identify as many of those, key factors during the discussion stage of the scoping memo to try to figure out what we want to have studied. And then as we see project documents be developed by the developer, they have their architect on board and they're talking about building footprints, then we may modify that. But most developers have a pretty good idea about what they want to build, kind of really early on, and they work those issues out with their consultants before they talk to us. And on smaller projects, things that are usually less than 50 trips, then we do just a focused traffic memo where we want to document the intersections that were studied, but more importantly, just want to document trips that are being generated by the site. more than likely, projects that are at the traffic memo stage don't have, from a standpoint of CEQA, any type of impacts that require mitigation to the community. But we still want to have something documented because we want to also look at other factors if there are improvements that are needed from a bicycle pedestrian perspective, things like wanting to have a focused analysis of what's happening internally on the site and how people walk from the site or ride from the site back into the public right-of-way to identify appropriate types of improvements. So the level of size of development usually dictate the type of TIA project or TIA report that is developed for the site itself. So again, at that scoping stage, we want to agree on the methodology that's used to identify how many trips are going to be generated by a project. And even within the TIA guidelines that the BTA prepares, we, within our practice of transportation, we usually use what's called the Institute of Transportation Engineers, or ITE, trip generation rates. Those are typically the industry standard for how you identify trips that are generated by a site. But there are a lot of times some sites that may not have a use that's really well documented within the ITE guidelines. As an example, the all-girls middle school that was recently built in Palo Alto last year off of West Bayshore, that isn't a type of land use that's well documented in the ITE trip generation guidelines or other sources. And so we asked that developer, hey, what other site, either within Palo Alto or within the Bay Area, has a land use similar to what you're proposing? And then we asked that developer and that consultant to go study those sites and document and monitor and figure out how many trips is the site actually generating. And then based off of the size of that comparative site compared to what's being proposed, they'll use those new generation rates to estimate how much traffic would be generated by the community. And so that's just one example, but that actually happens a lot, especially when you're talking about newer types of development that have different types of mixed uses within them. It isn't uncommon for us to ask them to go study, sites in a neighboring city so that we have good IT chip generation rates. And then if we get generation rates that may be lower than something that is documented, we'll take a conservative route and ask them to use the generation rates that are more aggressive, meaning the generation rates that result in higher traffic in the analysis. Again, we also want to document any intersections that we want them to study, because when we're talking about the development of a TA and we're talking about measurements of impact, we want to talk about delay that's created to the roadway infrastructure for the motorists. And that's something that's actually really critical, because today, most of our TIA guidelines focus around delay to motorists. But, within a community like Palo Alto, we're not just focused about impacts to vehicles, or to motorists. We're also focused on impacts to the bison community, to transit, to pedestrians. Those are things that we also cover. That's why that scoping memo is so important, because even though we have a small project that may not generate a lot of traffic, it could have other significant impacts that we want to properly evaluate and study during the development of the project. So when we're talking about impacts within Santa Clara County, we're really talking about level of service. I know that's a term that most of you are already pretty familiar with. When we're talking about LOS and we're looking at intersections, we're trying to document what is the existing level of service for those locations that we're analyzing. And we're also want to then document how much traffic is being generated on top of those existing conditions. And we figure out whether or not there's actually an impact as a result of that traffic that's being generated. And what's shown here in these level of service definitions is how much delay needs to be existing or generated in the future, based off of the type of facility. So at a signalized intersection, if there's about 35 seconds of existing delay, or 35 and a half, that's an intersection that would be documented to have a level of service D in this case. And the BTA defines impacts, as level of service E. And so the trick there is, if something's already level of service E, it actually needs to go from E to F within the BTA TA guidelines to be defined as a project that is impacting a location. Within Palo Alto, for our own intersections, we have a different standard. We say that level of service D is our definition of significance. And so if a project is at level of service D already, it needs to go to level of service E to be considered impacted. So we are a little bit more conservative in the BTA guidelines themselves. And we also gave you the column for unsignalized intersections, so you can see the difference in the type of delay that needs to be impacted in order for there to be determining a level of significance of an impact for a location. So when we're looking at the TIAs, a lot of it comes down to data, and that's something that even at this level we've talked a lot about in the last couple of months. But typically when it comes to a TIA, we want to make sure that whatever data is being provided is at least 2 years old. And if we have data available, we'll always make it available to consultants. Most of the time we always ask them to collect their own data on their own. And those are done by the same methods that we use, hiring consultants to go out there and just count traffic, count vehicles that are going through at an intersection, vehicles that are turning right, that are turning left, count pedestrians that are crossing in what direction of a crosswalk, count bicyclists, all those types of factors that are in the field. And then we will go ahead and then document those level of services at those existing locations. So the whole purpose of trying to develop these TIAs is to try and take a comprehensive approach towards the development of the site and evaluating its impacts. And we don't focus strictly on the vehicle. We look at the amount of traffic that's being generated by a site. We consider, what we can do with those trips and see if it's appropriate to maybe allow a developer to take a reduction in some of the traffic that could be generated if they're located by transit, move some of the trips away, and assume that they're going to be having people that are visiting the site. And then go ahead and try and find ways to document to make sure that those reductions can be realistic in the real world, make sure that we're working with them to develop a transportation demand management plan, identify strategies to make sure that people are encouraging the use of that transit facility. We also want to look at the pedestrian modes and the bicycle modes and the transit modes and try and find ways to make sure that those are preferred modes to try and get to these sites and identify mitigation that is appropriate, not just mitigation that would increase the capacity of a roadway to make driving the preferred route to get to this site. So a really good example of this is if we were at an intersection that was, say, being impacted, went from D to E for a Palo Alto standard. A lot of times we work with the consultant to figure out how do you mitigate that impact. And increasing capacity to the roadway is a very simple way to do that. That can have adverse effects. So a good example here could be that you may want to widen the roadway, just say widen the roadway, add an extra through lane or add a right turn lane, and help people move through the intersection, reduce that delay. That's great from the motorist perspective, but that can have pretty significant impacts to the pedestrian experience for someone that's just trying to cross through that location, or the bicyclist is trying to ride through the location. Or even make it more difficult for transit to move through that intersection because you've increased the capacity. And so we'll look at alternative mitigations to try and mitigate that. So we may look at a site and say, we'd rather have the delay but improve the facility for other uses. So Jill is here. So I'm going to let Jill walk you guys through the transportation model itself, and then I'll come back and talk a bit more about mitigation.
Okay. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for. Is that better? Yes. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to walk through some of the aspects of the travel forecasting that we've been working on, and that we're at a point now where we have a preliminary validated model. The VTA maintains a travel forecast model for Santa Clara and San Mateo counties. What we've done, Palo Alto has had previous models that have been used. What this model is based on is the VTA model, although focused on the city of Palo Alto. The way that we've done that is we've maintained the same zone system that's in the VTA model. We're maintaining very consistent submodels with the VTA model, and the submodels are basically the calculations and the formula that are used to estimate trip generation, estimate trip distribution, estimate mode choices, and ultimately to create a traffic assignment on the local street system. In order to calibrate and validate the model for the city of Palo Alto so that it better represents the local street system, we collected data at intersections, including the turning movements at the intersections, and we also collected actual roadway segment data on a 24-hour basis. This figure shows the locations that at which data was collected for intersections, and there's between 50 and 60 study intersections in the city. In addition to data being collected at these intersections, the vision is that the traffic model for Palo Alto will be used to forecast traffic at these intersections and provide some reasonably consistent and systematic information that can be used for a broad range of traffic impact analyses, as well as being the basis for the comprehensive plan update. Another key component, so we talked about the traffic counts and the data collection as a necessary basis for doing the citywide model validation. The other component is land use, which is really the primary driving factor behind the model. So to the extent that the model is fed new jobs and households information, traffic gets generated as a result of those estimates. The city put together a comprehensive land use data set for 2013 as our base year, and then also for 2035 as the future year. The growth that's being projected by the city is roughly 4,000 new households citywide and 25,000 additional jobs by the year 2035. And there's a couple of key points to make about the land use projections, and that is that the household and job estimates are based on estimates that staff has identified through past growth patterns, but it's also consistent with the ABAG projections that are used by VTA. So ABAG is the Association of Bay Area Governments. They're a regional agency. They do land use projections for the entire Bay Area. And CMAs generally need to be consistent with those fundamentally. So to the extent that the city knows what their regional or what their citywide control total is, which is governed by ABAG, the city then does its best to make local land use allocations on a zone-by-zone basis, which is generally something that the city knows a lot more about than ABAG does. So it's a back-and-forth process, but it's very critical in terms of ultimately getting useful information fed into the model. And the models are very sensitive to this information. So as we already talked about, the Palo Alto traffic model is compatible and consistent with the VTA model. Land use assumptions are consistent at the citywide level, but not necessarily at the subzonal level. And the city is working with, and we're helping the city work with VTA staff who do modeling to provide them with our land use forecasts by zone in this model-ready format so that they can use Palo Alto's data and feed it into their process so that when they're doing regional projects that affect Palo Alto, they have the best information available about Palo Alto. So it's, in that sense, there's benefit to both parties. I think unless we want to have other discussions about modeling, I think that was what I was primarily going to talk about with the model.
Thank you, Jill. I'm going to walk you guys really quickly. We talked about this already, but I wanted you to understand, what happens, when does a project become impacted, or when does a project impact a facility is what I meant to say. And to make sure that you understand how we look at that, it's important to define the significance of threshold. So I walked you through earlier within Palo Alto, we have a level of standard of D within our community. So by that means that if a project as an existing condition studies the intersection and sees that it has a level of service D today, and let's say they add 4 vehicle trips, if the project remains, with the project intersection remains at D, there is no impact. It's not until that intersection moves from D to E that we identify that the intersection is being significantly impacted by the project. At that point, we need to work with the consultants or the developer's team to figure out what is the appropriate mitigation to bring that back up to at least D or better. And from the BTA's standards, they have a level of service E as a standard, meaning that if it's E at an existing condition, it needs to move to F before it's considered impacted from the BTA's guidelines. So again, we're a little bit more conservative than the BTA at the local level. But we're only talking about the existing condition. That's why we want a model. We want to have a model that projects what's the growth in the future so that we can look at what's the long-term cumulative impact of that project, knowing what other growth is projected within the community. And so when we're looking at a project, we ask it to be studied not only from the existing condition, but what is that project's cumulative impact in the long term in the grand scheme of what the vision's build out is. And we needed to have a model to help us figure out what that was going to be. And again, we've historically always had a model, and the last model update that the city did was for the Stanford University Medical Center project, but that was not the VTA current model that was used for the medical center. We wanted to make sure that any projection growth that we made for a future year in 2035 tried to best reflect conditions that we knew would be likely within our community, not just from projects that were approved by Palo Alto, by projects that were approved in our neighboring agencies, specifically Menlo Park, Mountain View, Los Altos Hills, Los Altos, East Palo Alto. And when it comes to the cities that we just talked about that are to the outside of Santa Clara County, we don't have that data source. That's why the VTA was the best source of a base data model for Palo Alto, because they already maintained that model for that county. So as Menlo Park and East Palo Alto begin to develop projects or propose growth within their community, that model already captures those future elements. And so we better estimate than the demand on our local streets like El Camino Real, San Antonio Avenue, Middlefield, Alma Street, because we'll be capturing and estimating the growth coming in the future. So when we're looking at those level service impacts, it's not just based off existing, it's based off of a cumulative impact as well. So it could very well be that a project may only have an impact under existing conditions today, but it could have a cumulative condition. And that's also a point at which we would work with the developer to look for mitigations. And there's a key term. Mitigation is for a resolution to an impact. A lot of times what we work with developers are to identify offsite improvements that are really more safety benefits to make sure the projects properly integrate into the community. And those could be things like proper setbacks from property line to a structure so that there's setback to a street. And another discussion that's been hot within the community over the last several months. We'll look at wider sidewalks in certain areas. We'll look at more trees for shade to promote walking and bicycling, those types of solutions. And so when we're talking about projects, I really think it's less mitigation in response to impacts. It's more about that comprehensive solution or TIA approach and trying to make sure that a project provides better improvements to the community to integrate better within Palo Alto. So there are also a level of significant thresholds, not just for intersections. There's for arterial streets and for freeway impacts. And then we talk about the tire index when we're looking at a typical street, and I think Arthur gave me the definition earlier. I apologize. The traffic infusion on residential environments. Tire analysis is how I like to define it is it's a way to measure the perception of the community of traffic growth on a street, meaning that we look at traffic that's on the street throughout the whole day, and then we estimate out how much project gets added onto a street over that day period. And if the change in increase is over what's called a 0.1 change, we identify that project is having an impact that people would notice within the community, and that level of impact depends on what the existing volumes are today of that street. So just a quick example of some of the projects that have recently come through and their impact within the community. The Gateway project has about 50,000 square feet at the corner of Alma and Lytton, has about 4,200 square feet of retail and 14 residential units. That project assumed a 6% reduction because of traffic and proximity to transit. And that was a project where we used, TDM solutions to try and make sure that project was integrating back into the community well, and was very significant in its TDM strategies, including similar strategies that Stanford has done with, including offering go passes to all future occupants. The Edgewood Plaza project down at St. Francis and West Bay Shore and Embarcadero Road, about 40,000 square feet of shopping, 10 residential units. No reductions because of proximity to transit, but did have a reduction in trips from just what we call pass-by trips, meaning that someone goes to one site but stays and shops for a different reason or for a different type of use, and those pass-by trips are applied. But there was no TDM plan specifically developed for this project, but we worked with the developer to offer different elements to the community, including EV charging. And so that's actually the end of our presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
So thank you very much. We have one speaker card from a member of the public who will be given a chance to speak for 3 minutes. If anybody else would like to speak on this topic, we have speaker cards at the back table or possibly up front. Please let us know and we'll give you that opportunity.
Our first and currently only speaker on this topic is Art Lieberman.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, for a good presentation and a small report, brief report. But I have a number of issues, a number of questions. First of all, I see that there's still no overall framework into which new projects are placed. There's no understanding of local and regional roadway infrastructure capacity. In other words, the current process tosses into the traffic from one project after another serially. It's like tossing rocks into a pond and seeing where the water splashes. And similarly, there's no idea of how full the pond is of rocks and at what point a rock will ricochet back and hit you in the head. How long will you wait until you demand that the Transportation Division provides you with a quantitative, cumulative traffic assessment that you can use to judge the effect of traffic from a new project? Second, as to the model, you need some benchmarking of the model. We hear the words of the modelist behind me said, it's compatible and it's consistent. What you really need to know, is the model correct? And the only way you can do a complicated simulation is that you need to know whether the data input is accurate and whether the simulation mechanism properly uses the input data. And the way you do that is to benchmark it against existing situations. Put in the traffic situation from 3 years ago, all the development plans, and see if it looks like what we actually have today. If not, you need some further work. I don't hear anything about that being done. And one of the problems that might be that the input data did not capture accurately all of the information because only projects with 100 and more trips are included. I heard Mr. Rodriguez say that there is focused traffic models and there's also traffic studies for smaller projects. I was here at 11 o'clock on Monday night to make a presentation for the appeal on 240 Hamilton. One of the reasons I wanted to talk about that, because there was no traffic study or anything having to do with traffic, because it said there were less than 100 traffic trips. In addition to which, there was no tire analysis that was presented, and therefore there was nothing in that regard as well. 3, we need to have a flexible system to reflect and adapt to changing conditions. The council will be taking up traffic demand management. There are going to be more of these sort of things that was mentioned about on the Lytton project. If we're serious about it, you need a model that can predict the changes in traffic with and without a traffic demand system. And then what about the inflow of traffic into residential neighborhoods? I'm not convinced that the studies that have been presented actually do that, because as traffic rises, traffic doesn't just rise altogether. People will start to take trips into the side streets. Maybe Commissioner Tanaka did that in order to evade some of the traffic problems in order to get here on time tonight. I don't know. I did. So when traffic doesn't rise, we really need to do that. And the traffic infusion in residential environments is something that was pioneered in Palo Alto. And there is a study, a 2007 study that I believe some people might know who are here, which is called the Establishing Thresholds of Significance under CEQA. And this mentions Palo Alto as a pioneer in this study. And again, there was no tire for that. And finally, just a quick point about the traffic consultants that the city has hired. There is an issue with the credibility of some of the consultants. The Hexagon traffic consultant has some level of credibility problems with a good part of the community as a result of the recent project that you have heard about recently. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mr. Lieberman.
Mr. Chair, if I could just follow up on that. I'm looking forward to talking to Mr. Lieberman at greater length at some point, but I just wanted to respond to a couple things he said. One was, is the model, you might have a model, but is the model correct? We did leave you a memo at your places this morning, and we'll make it available on our website, which is the validation memo. It describes how the consultant has gone through the process of validating the model using existing data. So basically, they collect existing data, and then they use the model to, quote, predict existing conditions, compare the results, and see if they're within the tolerance that's acceptable in this field. And the conclusion is that this model that they've built is valid to use to predict future conditions. I'm sure these things can always be adjusted. You know, we'll continue to refine this tool as we get used to it and as we use it for more and more analyses. But we are making progress on some of the issues that Mr. Lieberman raised, including, I think, building on the success of the past and this analysis tool that the city came up with to look at neighborhood intrusion, which I think Jaime referred to on his slides. This is a subject that I think we're all going to be talking about for a long time, but we wanted to give you this presentation this evening because we wanted you to know that we are engaged in this process, looking at the tools we have available, refining those tools, and making sure we can provide the kind of data and analysis that the public is clearly asking for. So, you know, that's just a few thoughts. I hope, again, that we'll have an opportunity to talk further, Mr. Lieberman and myself. Thank you.
So thank you, Director Gittleman, for that. And also, just to comment, I think it's important for the community to view the Planning and Transportation Commission as a forum where you can come with your questions and comments, and to the extent that we can make this interactive in the sense that perhaps staff has an answer to a question that's raised and can provide data that would help clarify the concern, then this is something we want to actively encourage in terms of how we run these meetings. So thanks for the questions and thank you for the response. Now we'll go to Commission, and just in terms of time, we were hoping to complete this topic by 7. So let's limit our comments to 3 minutes per commissioner, if that's possible. Commissioner Martinez.
Before it gets lost, I appreciate the planning director's reassurances, but I'd like to hear from our chief transportation official in response to some of how are you going to specifically address things like neighborhood cut-through and issues that impact neighborhoods from impending development.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. We try to do that with every project that comes through our division, and that's why that scoping memo is so important. So depending on the project that comes through, and I'll use the 395-page memo project, the J-Paul project, as the one that may be of interest and fresh on people's mind. When that came to us, we specifically requested that they do look at conducting a tire analysis as well as a parking analysis within, I believe that's called the Ventura Park neighborhood. So we asked them, hey, document what's happening on streets like Pepper and other streets that are in that area, and study them, for, improvements that may be appropriate to help protect those environments. The tire study is one measure. Another one is strictly just counting the amount of existing parking that's happening out there at various times of the day to do things that we would be doing when we're looking at our own RPP type projects. And so we do that on a project by project basis. Long-term cumulatively, what we did this year, which the city hadn't done since 1999, was we completed a citywide traffic count. We developed a brand new traffic count model that shows what's the volume of traffic on various streets within the community. We counted about 120 locations around the city. That map will be available on our website before the end of the year. And that is information that can be fed into future iterations of the model. And if there's concerns from the community that we may not be looking at enough residential streets, and I'll just use Pepper as the example again, then we can add Pepper into the next count, into the next validation effort of the model. So the more data you put into the model, the better. And we did a pretty significant assessment when we had Hexagon go through the model now with the 53 intersections that were counted for turning movements and the roughly 50 additional mid-block locations. We could always add more the following year. And so that'd be my response.
I didn't want to use the 395 page mail. I wanted to sort of keep it anonymous, but since you raised that one, I remember when that project came before us, someone asked, not me, but what's the level of service on Page Mill Road? And the response from you was, we don't know. And it seems troubling that these studies seem a little oblique. They don't seem like they're coming forth with background information. There's no background study on these areas that kind of give us a level of comfort about what we're stepping into. So I sort of understand the fear of the neighborhoods of where this might be going. I don't think I've ever seen, in my 4 years, a project that was rejected based on traffic issues. And yet we see the problem that exists. So how is that going to be part of what we're doing going forward?
Can I take that one, Jaime? I mean, commissioners, first I should say about the J. Paul project, the City Council has asked that we put on the agenda in the new year a discussion of the traffic study that's being prepared for that. So it's still underway. We expect to receive it or have received it. I don't know if it's come in yet, but we expect to receive a draft, and we're going to have a peer reviewed, and then the council's asked it to be placed on their agenda. So that's on our to-do list. And obviously we'll be able to share that information. I mean, what we're hoping to communicate to you this evening is that we want to do the level of analysis that's required for the projects that walk in our front door. So applicants will bring in a proposal. If it's a proposal for a lot of growth or a big project, it'll require an in-depth and lengthy review. And the VTA has provided that standard that Jaime showed you of 100 new trips per day. It kind of puts it into the big category of a fully fleshed out traffic analysis. If projects come in that have slightly fewer trips than that, we can sometimes get away with a lesser level of analysis, and Jaime showed you that there were 2 different levels below that. There's a level of between 150 trips per day where we do kind of the mid-level of review, and then less than 50 trips we can just do a little calculation and a memo to the file or something. So we're trying to scale the level of effort to the proposals that are before us, but we will provide a quantitative analysis of the projects that walk in the door, looking at all of the issues that we think are pertinent, all of the transportation issues we think are pertinent to the proposal, and make sure that the decision makers have that information before them when they're making a decision. Now, I can't go back in time, and I don't know what's happened in the past, but that's our obligation under CEQA. It's our obligation as good planners. And we have the skills, and we have the information with which to do that, and we were hoping to communicate to you this evening that that's exactly what we're going to do in the future.
I understand that. I appreciate that. My point in actually not wanting to mention it, because I know that the traffic studies are coming forward, but when this project came to us for initiation, there was no information about traffic for us to, and it seems to me that this isn't a back alley. This is like one of our major roadways, and it seems like we should have better information about that. And I don't know whether this traffic impact analysis is going to do that. My advocacy is just for being more comprehensive and taking some of Mr. Lieberman's considerations or concerns into account. There's impact on climate change, and I don't really see that in the study as well. I know it will be reflected in our CEQA reports, but in terms of traffic impact, that's something that we in the council should be looking at in our recommendations. Thanks.
Commissioner Alchek.
I think there's prudence in, maybe we already do it, but creating a process for us to evaluate the estimates on certain projects after the fact. That notion of going back 2 years, pulling up some of the proposals and their traffic impact reports and seeing if the estimates we got were accurate. It'd be actually sort of interesting if you put some intern on this project and we could grade the various transportation consultants on their accuracy. So X consultant on the last 10 projects has been A or B or C based on their performance on their accuracy. I don't know what it would cost to conduct those sort of evaluations, but it might be worth doing a few just to see if it would help us. I think I appreciate the sense of skepticism that residents approach traffic reports with. When they're presented in conjunction with these projects that we review, there's a strong incentive for people supporting a project to downplay an impact in an effort to get it approved. But that being said, at a council meeting, I think a few weeks ago, there was a presentation about our current traffic status. And I don't, and correct me if I'm wrong, I recall that our current traffic situation is actually better than it was. Is that what the...
I think we presented some data on traffic volumes, which were lower than they were at the peak in 1999. But what we didn't present, and I think we were justly criticized for, is data. We didn't present concurrently data on congestion. And so that's what the discussion was. It's like, well, how can you present the volume data without the congestion data? And I think, point well taken. I think...
I'm sorry. Can you explain that to me?
Sure.
What does that mean?
We had data on daily traffic volumes on certain links at certain locations. And Jaime mentioned we've collected a lot of this data over at different locations in the city. We compared that data to the volumes on the same links back in 1999, which was, a period of, robust economic activity. And we found that currently the volumes are somewhat less, although they're starting to approach where they were in 1999. And the point was made that's only telling part of the story, because daily traffic volumes don't determine congestion that we experience. We're only at a specific location on the network at one point in time. So it has congestion has to do with peaking characteristics. When are people trying to get where they're going? And with the intersection configurations and capacity and the like. So I think we were justly criticized for only telling part of the story. It's kind of interesting, that the volumes are less in some locations, but it's not true to people's perceptions because it was only part of the story.
So is the intensity of the criticism based on the assumption that although the volume may be less, it's occurring at the same time, so the congestion is worse? Is that the assumption that people who were annoyed by the...
No, I really think it came down to the fact that we were presenting daily traffic volumes instead of peak period congestion.
Do we have a way of measuring? Do we have any information on 1999 peak period congestion that we could compare it to?
We're actually going back to old environmental studies and the like, trying to come up with a data set so we can do that comparison both for congestion and for volumes.
So that's coming.
If I can just add, Commissioner Alchek, usually what that measure would be, it would be that level of service that we had the discussion on earlier. So that level of service would be the measure of, one way of measuring what that congestion is during those peak periods of the day. So that's the data that or Hillary had asked us to kind of go back and try and research data that was available to us, from around 1988, 99, level of services at key intersections, so we compare the data back at that time to the level of service data now that we have, a fairly good amount of. But we were trying to figure out what we have historically so we can compare that to see if there's been a change in level of service over time.
Okay, and then I guess one more question. We've heard a lot about Hexagon and their credibility. Is there a general sense that Hexagon somehow failed the city of Palo Alto, or is there sort of misinformation involved in these? I mean, I'm looking at a validation document, which begs the question that they had to sort of set the record straight, and I'm just wondering if there's any sense of any sense of dissatisfaction with the work that they did on that project, or?
No, I think we're presenting this validation memo to you tonight because we think that it does demonstrate that they've done a good piece of work here in helping us refine the tools that we have to do analyses. I can't speak to their work on individual projects, but in terms of the effort we asked them to do for this project, I think this demonstrates that they're right in line with professional practices. They've done what we asked them to do, and we appreciate their assistance on developing this tool.
I'm glad to hear that.
Commissioner King.
Thanks. I think that for me, in the big picture, there are a lot of people, justly so, amongst our constituents who are very concerned about traffic and look at decisions that have been made collectively on projects and think, what are those people thinking, and can't you see the way this story ends, the way that it's headed? And I think that part of that is born out of, or there's an element of education. There's only so much you can do. There are certainly things that can be done proactively. And I think that this is a good step in increasing the transparency so our constituents understand what goes into the decision-making process. I'd like to, I have several questions that I would never get through in 3 minutes. I think a good next step in helping our constituents understand the more of the process is, having a frequently asked questions page where we can, and I'll be happy to submit some more questions where people can understand not only this level, but then also what I don't see happening, or the next step is then how does this get translated into decisions that we make and the constraints, zoning, legal constraints under which we can impact our future. I have some questions, so let's see. Right now, a question is, so regarding mitigation, so if a project was deemed in that the service level was going to drop, so it was going to drop from an E to an F, then what is the requirement for mitigation? Is it that they must retain the same level, that it can drop to F, but they have to mitigate? What's the actual outcome for a project?
Thank you, Commissioner King. At a minimum, we would want to see an improvement that would bring the level of service back to at least what it was. I think
prior to the project being put in place.
Coming through. But we always take advantage of the opportunity that we have to mitigate the site or the location that's being impacted to better improve the level of service overall. What the impact is, it really varies by intersection. The constraints vary at a location, just available right of way. Can you really widen a roadway to add that capacity? Is that an appropriate mitigation to implement? Because again, roadway capacity, has its own impacts to other uses such as pedestrian, bicycle, and transit uses. And so that's the measure that we go through. That's what we work with the consultants and with the developers to try to figure out what's the right mitigation to a site. But at a minimum, we want to bring the level of service back to at least what it was before the project came through.
Okay, thank you. And then, and I don't know that this condition exists right now, but let's say that you had a project that was within a intersection or in a rectangle bounded by 4 F-level intersections. And we deemed that that there was no way you could mitigate so that they were going to improve the level of service. It was going to have a negative impact. What would happen then? Would that project be allowed to go forward or not?
Yeah, can I take that one? I mean, Jaime showed you the significance criteria that would apply in that situation. So there is a set of standards that the VTA's created if you're in that situation where the intersections all around the project are already degraded.
Yeah.
And so you wouldn't consider the project to have a significant impact unless it tripped over that threshold. I forget what it was exactly, 4 seconds?
Oh, so you're saying if they're all Fs, then it's not, it can't go lower. If let's say if they're all Es,
then it can go to F. But if they're already degraded, so that if they're already at
Yeah.
F,
yes.
there's a standard that you would use because it can never go to what's after F.
If they're all F already, I mean, means they're already at an unacceptable level of service. But to determine if the additional traffic that's being added is an impact, at that point, then we figure out how much traffic is being added. Are they adding more than additional 4 seconds of delay from what already exists to the corridor? And are they increasing the volume to capacity ratio of the roadway to more than what's called 0.01, or depending on the volume to the capacity of the location. So if it's already F, then we have a different factor to figure out if it's significant, and should be mitigated, or significant and unavoidable, meaning that you can't do something. But I'll show you an example of how we would try to solve something like that, if that might frame it for you. So if it's already F and we can't improve it, we may look at that project and say, well, what can we do to have you provide mitigation if you can't build anything today? And one thing we may look at could be as dedicating portions of that project frontage to future roadway projects in the future so that there can be capacity additions. So there's other things that we can do beyond building, and actually doing things like dedication of right-of-way can be a mitigation for a future improvement. Or paying impact fees, setting aside additional funds to build something as a more comprehensive project in the future.
Okay. And Commissioner, may I ask one more?
Small.
Okay. Well, and you don't even have to get back to me now, but I'm just curious. So you are looking at this long-term, the 2035 projection, and we're using, I think it was 1.1% growth rate. Was that right?
The idea of a travel forecast model is we'll be able to replace that methodology where we just assumed 1.1% a year.
Yeah.
Instead, we're going to be able to use the forecasts that come out of the model that has
Okay.
been validated using existing traffic conditions.
Okay. Well, if we use that 1.1%, I'm just curious if we run the calculations, if we use 1.1% growth rate and then looked at in 2035, what level of service are all of our intersections?
I'll ask Jill to answer the questions, okay, because we did have that discussion, so I'll let Jill answer.
Okay. Maybe we defer. I think the Commissioner or Chair would like to move along. So, okay.
I'm going to take a stab at answering, but if I don't quite get to what you're asking, please.
I'll just summarize.
Give me
So
another chance.
have we looked at, based on an assumption of projected growth, what the level of service at all of our intersections would be in 2035?
We have looked at that information. We do have a summary of average delay and how that correlates to level of service at all the intersections that were mapped on the figure that we had in the slides. And it ranges very considerably. Some intersections do go to level of service F by 2035. And so they're definitely, the model seems to be identifying some traffic issues. I don't think we've not gotten to the point where we've started to engage in a discussion about mitigations or, how to define those impacts per se, but we've identified that there are impacts. And this is in the context of the comprehensive plan update. As far as how it relates to the 1.1%, we haven't looked at every intersection with that perspective, but we've looked at a few, particularly the level of service F intersections that come up in 2035. And we've back calculated what the annual average growth rate is, and it's usually more than 1.1%. I mean, just anecdotally, I looked at a couple of intersections where it was probably about 2.5% per year, 3% per year. So it seems like, the 1.1% is a placeholder that's been used in the past, but the expectation is that the model will provide information that's, instead of a global estimate, gives you, it identifies areas where there's more aggressive growth than that. And then in other parts of the city, there may not be as much growth because there are intersections that are in built-out areas.
Thank you.
So I just want to acknowledge that because of the profound importance that traffic has to the city, we're taking a little bit more time on this topic than we had originally contemplated, and I think that time is warranted. So, Commissioner Tanaka, do you have any questions that you'd like to?
I know we're running short on time, so I'll keep it very brief. But overall, I do like the work in terms of trying to get higher accuracy, collecting more data. I think more data is better. I realize there is cost. I think I do like Commissioner Alton's idea about doing comparison, going back and comparing against what the projections were and what they really are. And maybe that could be budgeted as part of the project as well. And yeah, the other thing is, in terms of this model, is it a quantifiable model? It's like a model where you put in the date and tells you the traffic. Is that the way the model works? Is this something you can put online and people can actually play with? Or what is the model in a tangible form?
What we will plan on putting online are definitely the findings of the model. So those level of service findings that we have under today's existing counts and then what's projected 20 to 35, we will definitely put those online. The model itself does require a specific software to use. It isn't something we can just throw online. To be honest, we don't even have the software in the city of Palo Alto. It's a very complicated model. It's most people that have it, that use it are PhDs, and I myself don't even know how to program. That's why most cities, including Palo Alto, we defer back to a consultant that has that experience and works specifically with the VTA to maintain that model, companies like Hexagon. And so, for us, we put the findings, but the model itself, we would not expect the general public to be able to use it.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Keller.
Thank you. So the first thing is that we have the transportation element that this body has approved and is going on to council, and I think that provides a lot of direction and guidance and in terms of how this model is used in the future of validating the model. So my understanding is that this is an improved model, and the older models were not as accurate or precise, and so it is not meaningful to really go back to an older model and to look at its projections and see how good those projections were, but that it is meaningful to take the current model and its projections. If we run a projection for, say, 3 or 5 years down the road, and actually compare that with the true traffic 3 or 5 years down the road, that's actually a worthwhile exercise to do, and I would certainly recommend that in addition to the out years of 2035. That's the validation that we can do prospectively as opposed to doing it retrospectively. The next thing is I'm very pleased to hear that you're planning to post the LOS and delay and statistics for all the intersections currently, and also I would recommend releasing all the raw traffic counts in terms of the rope counts or the turnings and all those things that you've done. I think that's very easy to do, and I think people would certainly be interested in that information. Having gone to the SVLG luncheon, in which I saw our esteemed colleague from the VTA the other day, last Friday, I understand that the VTA is updating the transportation impact analysis guidelines for the county overall. And I realize this is not the venue to review those changes to the guidelines, so I would request that we have a meeting on that. Perhaps the VTA gentleman can come and we can talk about that particularly, because I think that this being the Planning and Transportation Commission, or is it the Parking and Traffic Commission? I forget. But I think that was actually Mr. Lieberman's joke, if I remember correctly. Is that it would be good for us to review that and provide feedback to that. The next thing is that there are there's a concept of in computers, and you may have heard of this. It's called GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. And sometimes people look at analyses, and when the data that goes in is not necessarily accurate, then the data that comes out isn't expected to be accurate. And I understand this as making sure that the data that goes in is much more accurate. And I think that that's an important thing to do. To some extent, if the model isn't accurate, or if the inputs that go in are not as current as they might have been in the past, then that might have led to some of the analyses being inaccurate. And so my understanding is that now this being integrated with all of VTA model as opposed to being segregated, and having it based on current counts is going to make for a much more accurate model that we can then validate better. Couple of points. One is I noticed that we have Sand Hill Road in 280, which is certainly an important intersection located outside of our city, but important. But we don't have identified Page Mill Road in 280, which is perhaps closer to us and also should be included, and certainly for Stanford University and for Stanford Research Park would certainly be an important intersection to validate. I happened to actually the other day drive at about 3:30 in the afternoon along Alpine Road to 280, and discovered that Alpine Road at 3:30 in the afternoon, I think the other day, was backed up all the way to Junipero Serra / whatever the other street is called, that intersection. And I'm not sure if that's being improved as a result of the Stanford Medical Center improvement, but in any event, the delay is almost entirely due to the fact that it's a four-way traffic stop sign as opposed to a traffic light. So something should be done about that intersection. Finally, two other points. One is that it's the girls' middle school, not the all-girls middle school. There was the title and the description. And also in terms of picking on girls' schools, Castellea is being fined for their excess students. I'm wondering if that money can be used to finally fix the problem along Embarcadero Road, for which there's an appropriate consideration of nexus, so that the traffic light at pedestrian light at Alto High School and the traffic light at the shopping center, the Town and Country Shopping Center, can be synchronized in an appropriate way. And I'm not sure if that can be synchronized with the one at El Camino, because that's Caltrans, but I think that would be a useful thing. And finally, I think that one of the mitigations that I would certainly agree with wholeheartedly is the idea that one way to deal with the having too many of the cars from a particular project being on the road is to pay to get other people's cars off the road. Sort of like Councilmember Burt mentioned this as sort of a cap and trade model, if you will. And I've also mentioned the idea in the past of taking other people's cars off the road as a way of reducing the overall traffic. Thank you. Did you want to respond to that, Jaime?
Just one quick note is that most of the intersections that were studied as part of the model were all signalized intersections. That's the only reason why Page Mill 280 wasn't there, but we do happen to have that level of service data because of projects that we funded with the county to look at that interchange. And Caltrans is building two signals at the 280 interchange at both of the off-ramps, so we can provide that data when we update our data from this effort. And we are going to be issuing a design contract in the spring to do the improvements at Embarcadero and Town and Country Palo that you mentioned earlier. That was a staff report that went to council in September.
That's great news. Thank you.
Commissioner Martinez.
Thank you. Whatever happened to the in-house transportation survey? We never heard back on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. The transportation survey actually just went to the City Council as an informational report on Monday night, as a matter of fact, and we can definitely forward a copy of those findings to you. I apologize, I thought you had received a copy at the same time the Council did.
Okay, and then last quick question. Is the traffic impact analysis going to be utilized, the new one, in the development CAP study? Maybe our assistant director can tell us that.
The answer is yes. We're going to use it, and we're going to use additional data as well that we obtain through the actual, the entire study. But we'll use that as the basis.
Vice Chair Keller.
There was one other question. I noticed that the traffic people referred to the threshold as being 100 trips per hour, and I noticed that our esteemed planning director mentioned 100 trips per day. There's a difference of that, so there's a significant difference.
It is an hour.
Thank you.
So just a few questions. I believe it was this week's council meeting, there was an important presentation about traffic demand management programs, and I understand the city's going to have a major initiative regarding traffic demand management, or TDM, which, if successful, might bring about some level of mode shift, possibility of increased transit utilization, assuming we have a transit infrastructure and capacity to get people out of their cars. To what extent does the traffic model contemplate the possibility of the TDM program being successful as a mitigation?
Thank you, Chair Michael. Well, I think to the point that several of you had made tonight, the model is at least the baseline. And in my mind, that's why the transportation survey itself was so important, even though there may not be a lot of, what people identify as qualitative data from the survey, because it is just opinions and they're people's responses. What we've never had before in Palo Alto is we've never had a baseline of what modes people use to travel to work, or travel within town. We now have that in the survey. And so as we begin to consider TDM initiatives and implement them within our community, now as we resurvey people or measure, then we'll have a baseline from this year to compare against, because there's very limited TDM strategies being implemented at the citywide level. They're all project site specific. So as we move now towards more comprehensive solutions, we have baselines to measure against. And to the points that Commissioner Keller made, looking at proactive measures in the future of model prediction, we also have a baseline now for 2013. And so as we continue to use that model and get data that's coming in from the other counties, we'll be able to compare all those strategies that we implement over time, or whether they're effective or not, or what is being effective and what isn't.
Okay, so my next question is just a follow-up on the cumulative impact question. And I know that when we get to the topic of the California Avenue Area Concept Plan, again, page 9 of that report, there's a list of projects which are approved and projects and underway, and then projects which are pending review and approval. And so it's clearly relevant that we have areas of great significance in terms of level of service and traffic congestion and important intersections where there's a lot of development activity, there's a lot of interest in development. It's a priority development area. So when you have X number of pending projects plus Y number of proposed potential projects, some of which are bigger than others, how do you factor into how this model is used?
Can I take a stab at that? I think that's a really interesting question, and it's really the elegance of the VTA guidelines and how they instruct us to do these analyses. When you're looking at cumulative impacts, you can use either a list-based approach where you have a list of possible projects, or you can use a projections-based approach, and that's right from the CEQA guidelines. It says use this method or this method. The elegance of the VTA guidelines and the way we do these traffic reports is they use a list-based approach for a near-term analysis. I think they call it the baseline analysis. And then they use a projections-based approach for the cumulative analysis. And so ideally, this model is now giving us the tools with which to do transportation analyses that will show existing baseline conditions. Then it'll have a near-term set of conditions with a list of known projects in the area factored in, and then it'll have a future cumulative based on projected volumes that come out of the model. So we'll be hitting all three all three elements in our traffic studies.
You know, what concerns me is a practical question, and this probably goes to staff that has to administer the process, is that you may have a situation where you have the straw that breaks the camel's back. And so is that the sixth project in line that happens to be a very, otherwise acceptable project, or is it the fifth project in line that was actually bigger, or how do you give some predictability and consistency to the public or to property owners as to how you deal with this? Ultimately, the traffic may come to a grinding halt when you get that last straw that you break.
You're talking about how do you apportion blame? Is that what you're?
Well, we're trying to solve a problem in the city, and it's a big problem, and everyone is concerned. It affects the quality of life, but we'd like to balance the quality of what makes Palo Alto a great place to live and work and visit versus the investments we make in infrastructure for traffic and transit and so forth. Maybe there's no answer to this, but I just want to note that it's a question I have. And then my last question, I guess, is we had, I guess, again, as an observer at the council meeting, there was a strong plea that a number of the members of the public made about the increased use of database decision-making. And I think there was a concern that this might be specifically relevant in the amelioration of some of the parking concerns, where there isn't an agreement as to what the data set might be. And you have another question maybe on cut-through traffic in residential neighborhoods, which aren't necessarily part of this model. So this is a model, but you may be sort of needing other models. And do you want to sort of address what tool set do you need to do your job in terms of the traffic analysis? This is a good piece of it, but it's not the complete solution. Comment?
Thank you, Chair Michael. I think you're right. This is one tool, but I mean, we do need more tools. And we definitely, we live and work within a community that is, data driven. And I think, where we've lacked and not kind of met the community's expectations is we have not been able to provide, good data on all of our projects. A lot of it is just, the data just isn't there. I mean, there was a period of time when the city just didn't collect data. This ADT, or average daily traffic effort that we just recently completed, this is the first time we did it since 1999, and that's a long time. And we budgeted for it in 2011, knowing that it was going to be happening this year. But now we know what the community is expecting. The council, our city manager is very clear that he wants us to try and collect more data. The model is one tool. There will be more tools that we are planning to implement in the coming year as part of our signal system upgrades. We're going to be getting a lot of data that we've never had before. And so I think over the year of 2014, we're going to be definitely building those tools, and we can provide updates for you, in the spring if you'd like.
Thank you very much. This is an excellent informational presentation on a clearly an important topic, and we appreciate it. And hopefully the public may have additional questions that they can contact you directly. At the start of the meeting, 6 o'clock, we didn't have any speaker cards for oral communications. And I want to apologize if anybody came here this evening, a member of the public who would like to speak on an item not on our agenda. We went right past that and jumped into the traffic study. If there is anybody from the public who'd like to speak on a topic not on our agenda, who wants to submit a speaker card, we can have oral communications, but not seeing any hands go up. Okay. 3 minutes.
I don't really need 3 minutes. I'm Cheryl Lilienstein, and I was happy to hear you say you would like to have a more interactive process. And I'm wondering how you would propose to do that, given that the rules are the 3-minute thing and there isn't a whole lot of back and forth. So I would like to see that process be developed somehow. I don't know. I don't have suggestions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, in the spirit of being interactive,
Okay.
if there are ideas as to how to do that either we have or you have or others of the public may have, I think we're open to creating the maximum value of this forum as a planning and transportation forum in the community. And to the extent that we have been following the developed protocols of how we run the meeting, that clearly is important because it reflects decorum and dignity and respect for the views of people who may participate. But I believe that there may be a better balance in terms of having statements made from the dais versus ideas raised by the public to which we may have questions, or there may be information that would be relevant from staff that could be provided to help advance the the understanding or the awareness of the issue. So perhaps this is something we could take offline if you or anyone else has ideas that would induce people to think that this would be a great place to come and discuss the planning issues which are important to the community, then we'd like that to happen.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to say that one small frustration has been that the rules say that people don't talk back, as you did, to the people at the dais, or that people cannot ask questions of the staff and expect a response. That's pretty frustrating.
So as I understand it, and perhaps we can get some clarification from the city attorney, there is a Brown Act issue concerning items that are not on the agenda of the meeting. And Kara, could you give us a little quick tutorial on that aspect of the Brown Act?
Can I just request that you fill out a speaker card? Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Cara Silver, Senior Assistant City Attorney. The Brown Act requires that all matters that are discussed by this body be publicly noticed. And so if a member of the public speaks on an item, particularly in oral communications, that hasn't been publicly noticed, then this body cannot engage in a discussion on that matter under the Brown Act. However, if there is an item that is properly noticed and agendized, such as, a discussion of the land use element, something like that, then this body certainly has the ability to adopt rules or protocols that allow a more interactive conversation, so long as that item is properly agendized. So, workshops or things like that that involve a more interactive dialogue between staff and members of the public and the commission can be facilitated under the Brown Act as long as the items are noticed in advance.
Thank you.
Yep.
Who should I give this to?
And thank you. So now let's close oral communications and open the public hearing. And the first or the next matter is the California Avenue Area Concept Plan. And we'll begin with a presentation from staff.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. I'll immediately turn it over to Elena Lee, our senior planner. She, as you know, we had this item several weeks ago, so Elena's going to give another slightly abbreviated presentation similar to what she gave last time for members of the public.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Commission. The draft California Avenue Concept Plan was initially heard by the Commission on November 20th. Staff and the consultant provided the background of the project and introduced the draft plan. Because the applicant for 395 Page Mill had a community meeting that same night, this item was continued to tonight to give those members who attended that meeting the chance to provide their feedback here. For the benefit of those who were not able to attend the previous hearing, a summary of the presentation will be provided tonight. We are requesting tonight that PTC accept public feedback and provide specific direction on the changes they would like to see made to the document. This would enable staff to provide a consolidated response on the January 29th PTC hearing for formal recommendation to City Council. In the study, it is stated that the purpose of the concept plan is to lay out a unifying vision that weaves together the city's recent planning initiatives in order to guide future development and redevelopment. The purpose is not to specifically provide one vision, but a framework to allow the coordinated implementation of various studies, policies, and initiatives, as well as the area-wide and individual sub-area vision statements that is in this document. Staff would also like to bring attention regarding the expansion of the boundaries as previously discussed. The boundaries of the CalAV concept plan have been extended to include El Camino Real to reflect the fact that those properties on El Camino Real have been considered as part of the overall analysis. But what it also shows is that we did not receive feedback that those areas needed change, and as a result, the sub-area boundaries remain the same. With that, staff will discuss the components of the draft plan. So staff will cover the study area context, recap the public process, and basically introduce the plan. In terms of context, CalAV is one of 2 concept plan areas that City Council directed staff to study. You can see those 2 areas on there. The other thing to note is that this PowerPoint presentation has been made available in hard copy at the back, provided to the Commission, and it is also available on the ComPlan website, so any members of the public at home or attending tonight can refer to that at any time. So this is for the context, and so basically, as you can tell, the CalAV area is bounded by California Avenue to the north, to the top, and then El Camino Real to the south, the railroad tracks, and Park Boulevard to the north. And it is a transit-rich area served by buses, Caltrain, private shuttles. Park Boulevard is also designated as a bicycle boulevard. The area contains several known Palo Alto buildings and popular destinations. One important thing to note is that there are a lot of single-family residential neighborhoods bordering the site around it, as well as on Olive and Pepper. This area also contains some of the few larger vacant or underutilized parcels available for redevelopment. This shows the existing land use designations. We also provide the definitions of the existing land use designations for reference. The other thing to note on this area is the PTOD, or Pedestrian Transit Oriented Development Overlay, which is incorporated in our zoning code. So part of the reason these boundaries were used to form the concept plan area is because this is within mostly the PTOD boundary area, and it also been extended to include the Fry site, which is outside of the PTOD boundary area. The PTOD designation is specifically to allow higher density residential units within walking distance of Caltrain. There have, as discussed in the plan, there are also very many initiatives, planning studies being done at the same time within this general area. Includes documents that have been completed as well as pending, includes PTOD, the Bike and Pedestrian Transportation Plan, the CalAV Streetscape Project, El Camino Real Design Guidelines, the Priority Development Area Designation, the Rail Corridor Study, and the Grand Boulevard Initiative. And so recap of the concept plan process. So this project was the subject of a lot of public outreach, and so through that public process, we've identified a few issues as well as the ideas of where to focus our studies on. So the 3 areas that were chosen were basically California Avenue, Business Avenue Retail District, Park Boulevard, and Fry site. And it was definitely discussed that the goal should be to manage change to preserve and enhance the quality of life in existing neighborhoods. Parking was also brought up as a huge issue, and pedestrian and bicycle connectivity, as well as safety, as well as open space and park amenities. As discussed, there was significant public involvement, public hearings. We've met with stakeholders multiple times. There were 4 community workshops. There were 2 council hearings, several PTC hearings, as well as walking tours with PTC. So taking all of that input, staff and the consultant put together the study. We identified the 3 areas which could accommodate change. We also identified that outside of the sub-areas, there was a strong desire for neighborhood preservation. We've also developed key policies and vision statements for each sub-area based on community and commission input. And we've also refined those visions and concepts with the commission. And as stated before, we've expanded the boundaries, and all of those have been translated into vision and concepts for goals, policies, and programs to be incorporated into the comprehensive plan amendment. Now I will discuss how the plan is organized. The plan was designed as a tool to frame the context for planning in this area. It is intended to be a policy document incorporated into the comp plan as goals, policies, and programs. And this would also be included once, if City Council accepts this document, it will be incorporated into the comp plan amendment as well as the environmental review process. The concept plan is organized into 4 categories related to the sub-areas. There's an area-wide section, California Avenue, Park Boulevard, and Fry's. The plan also summarizes and incorporates the related planning initiatives and studies. For example, for the rail corridor study, we've worked with the consultant to make sure that those ideas have been incorporated into this document. So this is an important diagram which shows what changes are being considered. As you can tell, the majority of the designations are remaining the same. There was only about 20% change, 80% is being maintained at the land use. The first change is the land use designation change on the Fry site from multifamily to mixed use. The second is to add a technology corridor overlay in recognition of the technology startups and research and development uses that are already there along Park Boulevard. I will now go into the area, the themes for each of the sub-areas. So as discussed, there is an area-wide theme covering 1 goal, 8 policies, and 4 supporting programs. With goal 1, the intention is to strike a balance of protecting the existing character while accommodating appropriate change. This goal reflects community input about how important it is to protect the quality of life. Again, the focus is preserving the neighborhoods and enhancing the quality of life. The California Avenue sub-area has also 1 goal, which is basically to support the sub-area as an attractive, transit-rich neighborhood shopping district with an emphasis on the neighborhood. There is clear that this is not intended to be a regional shopping area. It is supported by 13 policies. Those policies support the goals by recognizing the importance of maintaining the existing neighborhood-oriented commercial character, as well as encouraging mixed use. It encourages ground floor retail as well as active uses at the street level and implementation of the PTOD zoning as well as those design guidelines. The policies also support promotion of alternative transportation modes, recognizing the proximity of the Caltrain station as well as major bus routes along El Camino Real. It encourages walking and bicycling, transit use. It also acknowledges the city's effort in studying transportation demand management strategies as well as TMAs. The city will also hold a design competition to generate innovative concepts for the use of the city-owned parking lots and structures. Again, definitely a big part of the emphasis will be on making sure that parking issues are resolved. The policy also includes encouraging hotel and associated hospitality use along El Camino Real. It also encourages the creation of better connectivity to California Avenue, especially related to the county courthouse. The second sub-area, Park Boulevard, actually contains 2 goals. The first goal is to promote Park Boulevard as an important hub of innovation and entrepreneurship for small new companies. The 5 supporting policies call for the implementation of a tech corridor overlay that would create development standards and appropriate incentives to encourage workspaces for smaller firms. It would allow mixed uses, including live workspaces as appropriate, favoring small workforce housing to support nearby employment centers such as Stanford Research Park. Maximum FAR should only be allowed if all requirements are met, including parking. It also requires an active street frontage, as well as it would allow recognizing that this area has been looked at as for the public safety building. It also requires remediation of groundwater and ground contamination. So the second goal for the Park Boulevard sub-area is to make sure that it provides safe, easy, and comfortable access for cyclists and pedestrians. The 4 supporting policies and related programs would prioritize roadway safety for all modes, especially as this is a bike boulevard. Roadway safety for pedestrians and cyclists have to be balanced with the needs of drivers. The programs require monitoring of accident rates. We would study alternative and safer routes at the Caltrain station. Would also continue to implement strategies from the Bike Boulevard Design Toolbox along Park Boulevard. The policies also require ample bike parking for employees of all new office buildings, enhancing the pedestrian environment such as wider sidewalks, especially along Park Boulevard. It would also look into studying and adding recommendations for improvement as part of the bike and pedestrian transportation plan as appropriate. The third and final sub-area is the Fry sub-area. That goal states that over the long term, it's to foster the transformation of the Fry sub-area into a walkable, human-scale, and mixed-use development neighborhood that includes ample opportunities. The policies would encourage context-sensitive redevelopment with mixed uses only if Fry's relocates. A master plan would be required for any redevelopment given the fact that this is such a large area and is pivotal for this neighborhood. The sub-area also recognizes the importance of this area for the city's housing requirements. Residential components of this mixed-use development must be a minimum of 20 to 50% of the site. The policy also requires improvement of connection to El Camino Real for all travel modes and just basically providing better connectivity, which is a pretty important theme for the Calif concept plan area. This concludes staff's report. Copies of the presentation, again, have been made available at the back and is available on the city's comp plan website.
So thank you very much, Elena. We just have one card from a member of the public who'd like to speak about this topic. Is there anybody else who's here tonight who would like to fill out a card and speak if
The first speaker is Chris Donley, and if anybody else will speak, give a card to staff. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Chris Donley, and I live on Pepper Avenue, which is smack dab in the middle of the area, described here in the plan. And this is actually my first exposure to the plan, even though it apparently has been going on for many years. This is the first time I've ever been involved. So I have to say I actually like, overall, what's in the plan. But there are two big flaws to it that I see so far. I did want to mention. First is that the plan presents this area as an area in equilibrium, and it's all ready for a lot more density. But in fact, this area is struggling now with the density that we have. We have severe problems with traffic and parking. You already know this. You've mentioned this before. And that's not reflected in the plan at all. And I think it needs to be, because it's not like we're starting from 0 and then we're going to go to 100. We're starting at -50. And we need to get those problems fixed to 0 so then we can take on more density in a smart way. So I think that needs to be reflected in the plan. The second thing that's missing is any kind of data. And as I understand it, that comes in the next phase. But we really do need to benchmark all of these parameters: density, occupancy, traffic, parking, you name it, so that we can understand how to forecast and how to deal with whatever new projects come online. But that being said, I like the direction that it's going, but I think now is half a plan. But the larger issue that I'm struggling with is what actually this plan is and what it actually means to this body and to the staff. I want to wrap this up with a question in the spirit of the new interaction that we're going to have. But let me give you a couple of examples. So the plan says, let's see, Program 1.3.1 says conduct an area-wide parking needs assessment to quantify how new development will impact the neighborhoods, and that data should be used for decision-making. And yet, there are projects that are approved and those that are pending that have gone through the process without any of this data whatsoever existing, one, as Jaime Rodriguez said earlier, or being applied. Second example is the designation of Park Boulevard as a tech corridor, and I like this idea. And it basically says that, on page 6, should encourage small-scale technology-related businesses that are compatible with the area, and FAR is maxed at 1.5. And it basically also says, let's say in program 3.1.1, that the city will work with developers to aim for those kinds of development. And yet, the J. Paul project wants to add 300,000 square feet to its lot on Park Boulevard. And as they openly discuss, their idea is to create a huge tech campus to only hold 1 or 2 big companies. And that seems to violate the spirit of the plan. And yet, in none of the public hearings that I've been at which J. Paul speaks to the city, has anyone ever said to them, your concept doesn't match the plan, maybe you'd like to reconsider. So I'm having trouble reconciling the plan with what I see in real life, and I would like to hear from both Chair Michael and Director Gittleman about what does this plan mean to this body and to the staff? How will it be used, and at what point does it kick in? Because I'm very confused about really why the plan exists and what it's going to be used for. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Donnelly. In the spirit of interaction, there will probably be some questions that we will, in all humility, take under advisement, but perhaps we can respond to others when we are able to do so. Maybe defer to Director Gittleman if you'd like to comment on the purpose of the area concept plan and any other specifics that you're able to respond to.
Well, I think Stephen or Elena can probably respond to the purposes of the plan. They've been working on it for quite some time, but I'll just observe that it's a good thing to do long-range planning in an environment where you're seeing a lot of change and potential for change. It would be probably unusual to prioritize resources to do long-range planning in areas where there are no changes coming down, coming in the future. So it's not unusual to be preparing a planning document for an area that's experiencing growth and has some developments pending. We do have to be strategic when that happens, and two things are happening at once. We have to walk and chew gum at the same time. We have to be thoughtful about both endeavors, both evaluating individual proposals and the long-range planning effort. But maybe Stephen or Elena can speak to the actual purposes of the plan and why we initiated the CalF concept plan.
Thank you. The plan was initiated by City Council as part of the overall comprehensive plan amendment. The intention is to help form a policy document, a long-range view of how to view development. What this does is it gives the city and the commission and the other decision-making bodies the ability to see the bigger picture, to see how everything relates with one another rather than just focusing on one development at a time. And as Director Gittleman said, that it's quite often that current projects, developments are proposed in the midst of long-range planning documents such as this. This project has also been the victim of timing and changes in the economy. It's a very different time than when this study was first initiated. But the way this would be used would be basically to give us a baseline to look at long-range planning and also to, as well as how to review upcoming current planning projects.
So I hope that's at least partially responsive to the question. Just to add to that, I've been on the Planning Commission now just approximately 2 years, and I'm going through a significant learning curve in terms of planning and the comprehensive plan process in Palo Alto. This particular piece of work started long before my time, and I think it reflects the tremendous importance to the overall comprehensive plan that this area represents in the city. It's a priority development area. It's also, as noted in the planning document, it's subject to a number of other significant policies and guidelines. It's a priority development area. It's affected by the El Camino Real design guidelines, the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan, the pedestrian transit area development, just to name a few. The rail corridor study, the Grand Boulevard Initiative are all in this document. And so, although it's a finite area that can be within the boundaries of the streets on the map, it's of great importance to the city, and I think the comprehensive plan is intended to serve as a reference for a number of decisions that need to be made between now and the horizon year of 2025, once it is approved by the council. So it's important to go into sufficient detail and analysis based on as much data as is relevant and can be collected, so that those decisions between now and 2025 will be as beneficial as possible, consistent with the values of the city, and to pursue the vision that will perpetuate the qualities that make Palo Alto special. With that, let's go to the next speaker.
The next speaker is former council member Jack Morton. To be followed by Art Lieberman.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. I'm here as president of the California Avenue Business Association. I wanted to start by just taking some of the words that I've heard here in the last little bit. So, first of all, our new planning director rightly said that one of the exercises that, the benefit of the exercise that you're now doing is to see the bigger picture. Let me suggest to you that staff, city council, have not been able to see the bigger picture, and that was made clear by a vote that made one of the most popular programs in this county, and certainly in our city, a victim of density. I think that when you talk about and use slogans like pedestrian-friendly, grand boulevards, what you need to do is dismiss that kind of language and try to get down and figure out what's the impact on the majority of the community. Venture capital is not neighborhood friendly. It generally drives rents up, and then that just basically means it drives neighborhood serving businesses out of the area. One of the things that you talk about is connectivity, and often that's just slogans for things like bicycle friendly. Now, bicycle friendly is really important, but it's also important that you understand traffic patterns. You have approved, and the council has approved, a development plan that will narrow access to the California Avenue and thereby to Fry's and Park Avenue, because that's a dead end area. It borders on the train, and the businesses could see clearly what was coming. Nobody wanted to listen to them. It's very late in the process. So my main message to you is that if you really want to serve the community, strip away the fancy language, ask what is the impact on the survival of Amali Stones. JJNF is already gone. It was a neighborhood serving business. What is the impact? If you talk about ground floor retail, what do you mean? You mean a $3 million building that will require rents that most of the existing businesses can't afford. They're already ground floor retail. What happens is you build 2 or 3 stories of $1 million condos, and then everything that the neighborhood has enjoyed for the last 2 or 3 decades goes because it can no longer economically compete. When you look at what you are doing in that area, you have to measure it by the impact on the majority of the community in Palo Alto. We do not like the direction you are going, and as I said, we made the Housing Corp the victim, one of the most popular programs, the victim, because we wanted to send a message to you that density is high density, increased density is not the direction the majority of the people in this community want to go. So I ask you to rethink and, more importantly, re-express in language that sort of isn't, if you want, state of the planning trade, but is in normal language that says preservation of what the community wants and needs is an important feature. Honest traffic studies that take into account the real traffic patterns. And when you talk about parking structures, you don't pretend there is no parking flexibility in that area. We are parked out. We do not have enough parking, and there's relatively no land to solve that problem. So thank you for listening, but you have a lot of work to do if you want to make a plan that's realistic and reflects the value of this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final speaker on this topic is Art Lieberman.
You have to forgive me for my lack of knowledge about planning issues. I'm on a learning curve like Mr. Michael. I have just one specific question about the document and one general question. The general question is the fact that, except for bicycling, I really don't see anything in here about assessing or evaluating or understanding or limiting or taking into account the quantitative cumulative traffic that's going to be affected in this plan. I understand that in the comp plan there's some siloing. There's a housing element and there's a transportation element and so on. In this California Avenue plan, there should be some kind of understanding that there is a limit to the amount of traffic that that area can absorb, and that should then, because planning and traffic, they're not totally independent or disconnected. I mean, in fact, they're intimately connected, intimately together. You really have to try to put something in the plan to say somewhere that there is a limit because of the road infrastructure of this area. The specific comment that I have is on page 18 on program CACP 3.4.1. It is sort of stated, it says, work with developers, property owners, and the community to determine appropriate incentives and financing structures for encouraging the design and construction of the public safety building, and then update the zoning code. That might be re-spoken as see what J. Paul needs for us to give them so that they would provide us with a public safety building, and then we'll make a PC zoning code and put that in the comp plan. I think that is putting a little bit of the cart before the horse in this area by putting this as a program, that this is something that is already a directed city activity, that we should have a program to do that. So I'm a little bit confused about the wording, as Mr. Donnelly had said, that we're maybe putting the cart before the horse in this area, since this is a question that is really under very active city evaluation. That's on page 18, program CACP 3.4.1. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lieberman. We'll come back to the commission now, we've had a prior discussion of this topic, which is reflected in the minutes, that copies which are at the table as you came in. We certainly wanted to have the opportunity for the public who were unable to attend this presentation on November 20th come this evening, if it was important to do so. And we'd like to move this ahead to the council with any input that we have to staff. But with that, I just want to open up to commissioners to follow up and amplify on any comments that they had on November 20th. So anybody who'd like to begin? Commissioner King.
I haven't been on the commission since early this year, so I haven't been directly involved in creation of this. I'm a little hesitant to get too into it, particularly wordsmithing. But the sort of two concerns or questions I have are, one regarding, in general, though, the document is fairly general, doesn't get too quantitative. Although the Fry's side, it lists 20 to 50% as the target for housing percentage. So I'm curious why we're being restrictive on that specific, and why are we limiting it to 20 to 50% why couldn't it possibly be 100% or possibly be less than 20%?
Thank you. Basically, a minimum was put on there because it's an important area to supply the needed and required housing for Palo Alto. It's also currently a residential zoning designation. But we put a percentage, 20 to 50%, to give flexibility to redevelop the site. That gives the city the ability to work with a developer to come up with a development that would provide the required housing, provide the required amenities such as possibly retail, while still giving us the ability to make sure that we don't create unnecessary impacts such as traffic and parking.
Okay, and I guess, and is 50%, is that rooted in some planning guideline or belief?
It's basically, I think the range was developed a while ago to basically reflect what the city anticipates the housing yield to be on that site.
Okay, in general, I think mixed use is good, and there aren't a lot of services in there, so if there were housing built, it might be good to have services, but I personally, I won't ask for an amendment, or I won't be the motioner, but it seems restrictive, and it doesn't seem rooted in a specific data to have that 50% cap. I understand the lower end, but it seems to me that is limiting in future options. And then my other question, and I will follow up on regarding the public comment regarding the public safety building on Park Boulevard. So that one does, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't even own property on Park Boulevard currently, correct?
That's correct.
So it seems overly restrictive. If we were to say public safety building within the district, that would seem to me more appropriate, because there's been talk about potentially building one on one of the parking lots. I saw some comments in there. So if I'm curious to see other commissioners' comments, that I personally would strike at least the Park Boulevard portion, and quite possibly restructure it to just encouraging the design and construction of a public safety building within the district. So anyway, that's my comment. Thank you.
Commissioner Malcheck?
Every year or so, there's a story about a new technology that makes it easier to telecommute or participate remotely in some activity. I feel like I've seen a 60-minute segment every quarter about how doctors' visits are happening virtually, and that you can purchase a robot that can show up at work for you and communicate with your cube mate. And then ironically, when Marissa Mayer began to change Yahoo's policy about working from home, there was a tremendous conversation in Silicon Valley about whether that was a mistake and would it backfire. And a year or so later, the general trend in commercial space in Silicon Valley is all about creating spaces that encourage collisions. This is a new term that I've recently heard being used at some industry conferences. Collisions is intended to suggest that there's this idea that an employer wants workspaces that encourage the employees to literally bump into each other, to overhear each other's informal conversations, to be present and engaged in person in the workplace. That sort of face-to-face, informal environment encourages the greatest creativity. That's where Marissa Mayer was coming from, and in the last year, since she implemented that policy, that is, the hot commercial space encourages that. They don't want 50 different exits, they want one, so that when you come in, you bump into your friends and your colleagues. And this trend is also presenting itself in the residential market. Areas that are closer in proximity to mini urban hubs are more in demand, and on a dollar per square foot basis are more valuable. People are demonstrating their preferences with dollars. They don't want low density. They want density done right. And I learned this also at a conference recently. For the first time in modern history, the percentage of people getting driver's licenses, people who are eligible to get driver's licenses, has gone down. In places like Houston and Austin, that statistic is true. Places that you would not associate with a non-car culture. The next generation has a very different perspective about driving long distances to get to amenities and workplaces. The next generation is seeking collisions. In fact, I think it's not just the next generation. I think a lot of generations are seeking quote-unquote collisions, interactions with their neighbors. I'm not suggesting that we encourage mid-rise housing development all over Palo Alto. I'm not suggesting we encourage 5-story mixed-use developments in Barron Park or Old Palo Alto. I'm suggesting that we encourage significant growth in the area designated in this California Avenue concept plan. I'm suggesting that we encourage the sort of interaction that individuals in the next generation want immediate vicinity to their residential spaces, their workspaces, and their retail spaces. They don't want to have to get into a car to get to an amenity. I think also this concern about existing businesses not being able to afford the rents in what I would like to refer to as the density done right version of California Avenue, I think that's a red herring. By definition, a red herring is an unintentional misleading statement. If it's intentional, then it's a scare tactic. Because to suggest that existing businesses that residents find appealing will not succeed in a more vibrant commercial and retail environment implies that only unappealing businesses succeed in our primary downtown. That our University Avenue, which is expensive, $7, $8 a square foot to rent space here, but it's only unappealing businesses that can afford that. Nothing we like. I mean, it's a misstatement. If there are businesses that are existing on California Avenue that are very appealing to Palo Alto residents, those businesses will continue to do better because there'll be more foot traffic, there'll be more vibrancy, there'll be more customers. And we talked about it last week, so I'm not gonna, or 2 weeks ago, but I'm not gonna repeat the same statements, they're in the minutes. But the notion that this particular area identified in this concept plan is on what I believe will be considered one of the greatest assets we have in the Bay Area, the hard rail, makes this opportunity to encourage this density done right version of California Avenue, invaluable, priceless. So I am very much in favor of moving this up to the City Council. I think Commissioner King's comments and his, I guess, changes should be included. I think they should be incorporated into the discussion for City Council, and I would support a motion if someone raised one.
Commissioner Tanaka.
So I said this last time, I said this time, I also do support this plan. I think we should move it forward. I do like how the concept plan now is more rectangular versus gerrymandered before. I do think that the Fry's sub-area should include the Lambert to El Camino rather than subtracting out that portion, that corner of the property, because I think that retail frontage is important to whatever might be there, whether it's Fry's or some other business. And to exclude that would be a mistake. It's already in the concept plan overall. I do agree with the statement about the public safety building to be generally in the Cal Ave area. I think that makes sense versus saying it on Park Avenue per se, because maybe it belongs on in one of the public parking lots. I have actually also heard of the terms of collisions. I've seen it a lot in Las Vegas, the downtown project that Tony Hsieh's doing from Zappos, and it's had a remarkable effect, and I think that's actually generally a good idea. So I think increased density in this area. It has the BRT, the bus rapid transit. It has fixed rail. It has a lot of things. It's literally the geographic center of Palo Alto, at least the populated part of Palo Alto. So there's a lot of reasons why this area makes sense to have the right type of density. I think in terms of the range of housing, I think the actual range of housing right now recommended for the Fry's area probably makes sense to me. I don't think it necessarily needs to be higher than that. So I don't think it has to be changed. Yeah, I'm also ready to move this forward as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Martinez.
Okay, thank you. First thing I want to note is that Yahoo's stock went down 3.5% today. I'm just saying it may have something to do with that collision. I don't know. As a planning commissioner, I take a real grave responsibility for what happened with Maybell Avenue. There's not one of us in this town that doesn't want to see low-income senior housing in our town. And so to the speaker a couple weeks ago that from the public, very eloquent, very passionate, who talked about Vision A versus Vision B, I think that doesn't help. It's contrived to kind of keep us opposing each other when we have to come together with a plan. I fault the concept plan because it has many contradictions, like the J. Paul site, which goes kind of unmentioned, and the public safety building, which I would really like to see in itself, sort of mentioned as something that's we have to work with to get, and not really clarity about what this plan is to achieve. I know it's nice to talk about having planning policies, but there's really two kinds of planning going on in every city, but here especially. One is planning like what we're talking about today, that is trying to come to a consensus about what the future of Cal Avenue is to be. And then there's the planning that's going on in the private sector, where, in the last couple of months, 3 very modest properties on Cal Avenue sold for $4 million each, 5,000 square foot parcels. That means that something is afoot that's going to change Cal Ave, whether we like it or not. And to come up with a long-range plan that helps shape what those decisions are going to be and what kind of future Cal Avenue is going to be will help. I'd like to see this concept plan be more emphatic about what it is that we want of it. I would like it to say not about the public safety building only, but about replacing those senior housing units from Maple Avenue on one of the parking lots, putting it where it should be, near walking to supermarkets is available, and seniors can be part of Palo Alto life. I think once we begin a dialogue, when we say what kind of densities we're talking about, what kind of development is possible, and really this is supporting what Commissioner Alchek is saying, that it's not that we're pro-growth or not pro-growth, it's that we're pro-good land use. And good land use, in the case of Cal Avenue, means going towards accommodating housing for younger families, for seniors, for people that don't have to own a car. The possibilities that only exist around Cal Avenue, because although I wouldn't go as far as saying it's transit rich, it's transit potential. And providing that kind of diversity and housing type and quality of life and livability with working together rather than really seeing it being forced upon us from the outside, I think is something that we should work towards. But, again, and I'll just finish with this, the the plan itself currently is flawed because it doesn't offer us enough about what it is we're talking about. What is the density? What is this pedestrian-oriented thing we're talking about? You know, what is the change to what's there that we're proposing or expecting? I think we really need to be more explicit in the plan about what this is, how many more housing units we're going to develop, how wide the sidewalks are going to be, what's going to happen to increase parking. Not just at a policy level. We do that in the comp plan, and we do it just fine in the comp plan. And this sort of standards for the neighborhood is something which we should be reaching to achieve, not putting off for a developer to try to work between the lines of what our policies and programs are. Thank you.
Vice Chair Keller.
Thank you. I'm amused by Commissioner Olczyk's comment that collisions idea is new, and a juxtaposition of that with increase in people without cars, because I'm glad the collisions aren't happening between cars. But I remember the story about Steve Jobs building the Pixar campus and wanting only one place in the campus where all the bathrooms were located, so that when people went to the bathroom, they would meet with other people and thereby get that mixing to happen. So it's not a new idea, and the computer science department building at the Stanford campus had designed into it spaces near the elevators where people would meet and congregate. So often that people reinvent ideas that have been around for a while. I'm also very sympathetic to the comments that Jack Morton said about pricing retail out. It is not the case that the new retail is unappetizing or undesirable, but it is often the case that existing retail, which can afford a certain price point, can no longer afford to be there when a property is redeveloped, or simply when rents go up because of developer changing to market conditions. I remember, in particular, downtown Palo Alto, in a building that was not redeveloped, where Diddums was for many years, and Diddums disappeared, and I noticed it was replaced by office, which is I'm not sure is legal, and I noticed that, in fact, somehow sort of division of that, one of the spaces is empty and the other space seems to be subdivided. I'm not sure what's behind the subdivision on that building. So that's an example of retail that was priced out of the market, even though it was a thriving business and a very, very desirable business to the community that used it, including me. So I disagree that market forces do not have an effect at all. So a couple of comments. First of all, the PTOD district is a discretionary district, and it should not be used with the housing density bonus law concessions. You should not be allowed to double dip. If you elect PTOD, you should not have housing density bonus law. And I think the PTOD ordinance should be changed in such a way that you choose one or the other, not both. Secondly, we have this notion of zoning capacity. Zoning capacity is a bottom-up way of looking at what development capacity of an area. You say, how much can each parcel grow in terms of its development? But the problem is the sum total of the zoning capacity of all the parcels added up may be more, and is likely to be more, than the carrying capacity of the neighborhood of that community that has all those parcels in it. And therefore, there's a need to have some sort of cap on development as we rush to develop, as the developers come and rush to develop this area. We need to have an overall cap and some way of allocating the growth against this cap. And that's nowhere mentioned in this area, the concept area plan. And I think it's a big failing of the concept area plan to understand distinction between the carrying capacity, the carrying limit of this area, and the zoning capacity of individual parcels. There's a mention in here, CACP 3.2, of live workspaces. We have live workspaces in Palo Alto. They're located along El Camino, between Park Boulevard and Stanford Avenue. They don't work. I've never seen anybody live in those spaces. I actually worked with a startup in the last dot-com boom, late 1990s, early 2000s, in which they had office space downstairs, and maybe somebody crashed upstairs and took a nap, but essentially it wasn't live workspace. It's a failed concept for Palo Alto, doesn't work, get rid of it. The next thing is, if you look at CACP 2.2, for example, and I'll read it. It says, encourage mixed-use residential development that promotes social and economic vitality. And in some sense, this document is written as a pro-development. So do we want to encourage mixed-use development, or do we want to encourage development to have certain characteristics? So in some sense, things are written as a pro-development language as opposed to being written to saying if development occurs, we want it to have certain characteristics. And so I think that's some language that needs to be changed. Similarly, CACP 3.3 is allow the maximum permitted FAR on parcels that can accommodate more intense development while also providing sufficient underground parking and substantial landscaping. Allow the maximum permitted FAR. You might as well say allow developers to breathe. Because as far as I know, pretty much every development I've seen come through this body has been maxed out as much as possible to the permitted FAR. What's the point of saying that? It's a sort of a useless thing. It doesn't add anything. It might actually say, well, in order to have the maximum permitted FAR, you have to give us concessions in terms of daylight plane or all kinds of stuff like that. No, you don't need that. The issue is design what you can within the zoning. You don't need to encourage them to maximize what they're already going to maximize. Okay? The next issue is CACP 5.2.2. Now, there's an interesting goal here about restoring the channelized portion of the creek to a neighborhood amenity that enhances connectivity. Now, that's a very interesting concept. I would hope it would also balance that against flood protection. Now, I remember when the city council took on the issue of what you could build along a creek. There was some city council member who said, oh, well, we should take Adobe Creek and Barron Creek and Matadero Creek and consider them as being able to restore that to a natural state in the parts where there's a channel. I suppose that person didn't realize you have to do that by condemning the property on either side so that you can actually create that riparian corridor. And so they created rules for building that didn't actually make sense because of that, because the channelized creek some of those channels aren't going to go away. So make sure that you balance that against maintaining flood protection. I agree with the comments that have been made about the public safety building, 3.4.1. Those comments essentially reminds me of a saying, beware what you ask for, you just might get it. So essentially, we put this into our concept area plan. J. Paul read it and said, okay, I'll do what you say. Here it is. And now we got it. At least it has been proposed to us. And it's not clear what it is we want. So whether it is we want it. So here's a situation where there may be an inconsistency on this. I do point out that I'm taking a little extra time, but on the other hand, I wasn't at the meeting on November 20th, so this is my first opportunity to comment, and I've not taken more than some of the other speakers so far. A few more comments about this area. One comment is that there is VTA service to Cal Ave. There is, as pointed out, BRT at Cal Ave in El Camino Real. Bus Rapid Transit, the 22 bus, the 522 bus. There's also the occasional 89 bus that goes from there serving the Stanford Research Park. So that's occasional service, very rare. I remember the time when there was an 86 bus that went around and connected with California Avenue, and there were other buses. In fact, before we joined VTA, there were 4 bus routes in Palo Alto, not counting 22 and 522, all but one of which have gone away, not counting 35. So there were 82, 84, 86, 88. We've lost a lot of service after joining VTA. And finally, we're assuming that this is a very transit-rich area because of Caltrain. Yes, we have Caltrain there. However, if you look at the number of times that Caltrain stops at this station, as opposed to the University Avenue station, I think practically every, maybe not one or maybe not 2 of the 10 trains per peak rush hour stop at University Avenue, but a lot fewer of them stop at California Avenue. 2 per hour, the local and one of the baby bullets, I think. And on the other hand, it's a much more for University Avenue, Palo Alto Station. So to the extent that this intensifies, we're going to have to correct that and have more of the trains stop. But on the other hand, it's kind of odd to have a baby bullet stop at both California Avenue and University Avenue. So we have a problem there in terms of how much you can intensify that. And so there's a mismatch here. And I think that maybe that mismatch will be taken care of by Caltrain electrification, and we can have more trains stop and still keep the times going. But I'm a little skeptical about how much increased capacity we will actually have on Caltrain. We're already reaching capacity on some of the trains reaching University Avenue, and there's just not enough trains reaching California Avenue. So I'm wondering how much actually we will have people be able to use the California Avenue station to commute. Thank you. So
I will plan on supporting a motion to move this ahead to the council. The council has indicated, in working with staff, to create plans to undertake a process with the public about the vision of the comprehensive plan, and I think that will be an incredibly important step for the city in adopting the amendment of the comprehensive plan. The 1998 comprehensive plan starts with an introduction that references a number of competing visions and points of view, but it doesn't state a single vision overall for the city. And I find that to be sort of a telling omission. However, each of the elements in the format of the 1980 plan starts with a vision for the particular element. And I think that the California Avenue Area Concept Plan might benefit from having a vision. Although I'm not sure if I were in charge what language I would propose for that. But when I was quite a bit younger, I used to obsess on what will I do when I grow up. And now as I get older, a question comes up is where will we live as we age? And I think that, I've lived in many of the neighborhoods in Palo Alto. I've been privileged to live in many of these neighborhoods. And I've often thought that California Avenue would be a great place for me to end up. And I don't really see the kind of inventory of housing options for me as a healthy, active, aging senior would be available. But I certainly would appreciate if that were part of the vision. It's a surprisingly complex area, and I think that all the work that's been done over the last 5 or 6 years on this is not something that we're going to necessarily polish up and improve this evening by any amount of wordsmithing. I think the comments about 3.4.1 are on point, and that should be either eliminated or revised so that it's not in any way deemed to be applicable to a special interest, but perhaps reflects the recommendation of the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission as to the importance of the city having an adequate public safety building located in an appropriate site, perhaps funded by a general obligation bond supported by a 2/3 majority of the citizens who appreciate the importance and the need for that. You know, I would just wrap up that as a member of the Planning Commission, I appreciate with my colleagues the range of different backgrounds that we bring to bear in our discussion. We have, you know, a distinguished architect, distinguished computer scientist, people with law, legal, and business training, you know, a master technologist, you know, a great businessman in my own background in law, data networking, medical devices, you know, financial services, and somewhat new to planning with all that. So I think that we present in our minutes of our discussion a range of opinions and ideas. We appreciate working with the staff and your expertise on planning. This is obviously a lot of hard work is going into this, and I think it's ready for a motion for the commission to take a vote. Vice Chair Keller.
I'd be interested in making a motion, and there may be some amendments to it.
Not necessarily.
There may or may not be amendments to it for people who wish to do things. And if there are, some people have expressed ideas for some changes. And to the extent that maybe we could find some way of seeing whether these changes have support, I'm wondering if there's a way to do that.
Okay, so let me just perhaps suggest an alternative, and that is that I think that the commission, particularly with its committees, has been able to work very collaboratively with staff and provide comments on minor details or wordsmithing or whatnot that aren't necessarily advanced by crafting the perfect motion. But I think that we should leave open to the commission the chance to provide any particular comments on details to commission sort of after the fact.
I had made some specific suggestions for changes, and I'm not sure to the extent at which there is support for recommending those changes as this goes forward to council. So those are the kinds of, and most of those were, some of those were substantive, and it would be helpful to have a consensus of the commission as to whether they wanted some of those changes or not. And so that's what I was suggesting.
Okay, so please make a motion in whatever form you choose. If there's a second, we will take it through the process.
Can I try?
Commissioner Martinez.
I'd like to move that we continue this item and ask staff to take into consideration the comments from the commission tonight and come back to us. I think, wasn't it on January 29th, or was that when it was going to go to council?
No, that's the date that's open for the commission to put on the agenda.
Yeah, and then it come back to us on January 29th with some of the contradictions and some of these conflicting items revised.
Second.
Maybe before we take it further, just a question to Director Gittleman. What do you believe would be the most effective process going forward with staff?
Well, I'm going to ask Stephen and Elena to chime in here. I'm a little afraid that we've gotten direction from commissioners that may, be in conflict or not, that we don't exactly know how to reconcile. Just back in our offices working by ourselves. Are there questions that we should ask to try and clarify the direction this is going in? What do you think, Stephen?
Thank you. Stephen Turner, Advanced Planning Manager. One option would be, if we were to continue this, would be to work with the land use element subcommittee members to review the minutes of this meeting and identify those conflicts as Board Member Martinez suggested, weigh those with the other comments, and then come back to the commission with a revised plan that we think address the comments, and then the commission can decide at that meeting whether we've done the correct work for that and whether or not to move it to council.
So Commissioner Martinez, would you like to rephrase your motion in relation to the suggestion from Stephen Turner to work with the subcommittee on the land use element to move this forward?
I move whatever he just said. I move that the Planning and Transportation Commission continue this item until January 29th, I believe it was stated in the staff report, in order for the comp plan subcommittee currently working on the land use element revisions meet to discuss the proposed changes, revisions, comments from commission tonight, and work with staff to incorporate these changes for our future consideration of the California Avenue Concept Area Plan.
Is there a second?
Yes, I seconded the motion. May I suggest that the members of this body who are not members of the subcommittee may wish to, in their comments in support or opposed or otherwise to the motion, I would suggest that you indicate your support or objection to any of the suggestions that have been made for changes by members of the commission as a way of giving us direction. I think that we don't have a process for straw votes, although I'm certainly in favor of them as one way of dealing with this, but perhaps an informal way of dealing with this is in your comments. Thank you.
So bearing that in mind, the members of the comp plan subcommittee are Commissioner Martinez, Vice Chair Keller, and myself. So if Commissioners King, Tanaka, and Alchek have any comments that they would like to add now, please do so. Commissioner Tanaka.
Yes. Well, I recall last time we deferred this to today, that we deferred it because the J. Paul meeting was happening. We didn't get enough public comment, right? And so I don't believe there's another conflict tonight. And so we heard additional feedback from the public, which is good. And I actually think that unless we do a straw poll or something like that, I don't think that we could resolve. I think we have a few items that some commissioners feel strongly about, some that commissioners don't feel strongly about, but I don't think there's perfect agreement on this. And I think if we rely on the subcommittee to just go in the back room and figure it out and then come back, I don't know whether we'll actually resolve these issues. So I think in some ways a motion is not a bad idea to move forward and to amend it. And that way we resolve the conflict between the different commissioners in terms of what we think should happen or should not happen. Short of that, I don't know how we close on this process other than keep on deferring it. And this has already been going on for some time now. So I'm not in favor of the motion as it stands.
Commissioner Alchek.
So, I mean, my recollection is that last time we were here, there was the concern that there wasn't enough public input. I think we had 3 or 4 speakers, which I'm grateful for your input. But the substance of the concept plan wasn't really edited, because the notion was, let's not have you go through and edit now. Why don't you take in all the comments we expected to get tonight and then edit it for the final draft, which in theory you would present based on the comments that we made last session, and what I would suggest were, aside from Commissioner Keller, who wasn't here, minimal comments that you received tonight. There would be this one final draft that we could then send up. I'm not really sure what the subcommittee's role in developing that draft is. So could someone clarify that?
Well, I think
Commissioner Martinez.
I'm sorry. I think in the past, when we've gone through in the different comp plan elements, we've been fairly consistent in making sure we respond to every suggested revision or deletion and explaining why. I personally am very sympathetic with what everyone in the commission has said today, and I want to really have a opportunity to read it over again and see how we can incorporate the comments, because I don't think there's a lot of division on what type of concept plan there should be. We are all striving to make it a little bit better and move it forward. And there wasn't changes to what was presented previously, and the idea was to hear from the public and to hear our additional comments tonight. I think we're a little abbreviated in considering it last time. So this was the opportunity for us to add further comments to it. I didn't see anything of what I had suggested reflected in it, other than listed in what the previous discussion was about. And I also think, from what we've heard from the public tonight, that we haven't really addressed their concerns. And, we talked earlier about the dialogue with the public, and this is the opportunity for the public to weigh in again. Send us your comments, email staff, let us know what you think, and let us try to incorporate those comments as well. That's a large order, but I think this is the opportunity in a quiet setting for this subcommittee to try to pull it all together. I don't think our intention is to railroad anything one way or another. Thank you.
Commissioner King?
Let's see, a couple of questions on procedure. One, so then when you work in subcommittee, if there are disagreements, do you vote on that in your subcommittee on, we're going to adopt this one, we're not going to adopt this one? How does the process work?
Commissioner Martinez?
We usually defer to staff. I mean, we give our comments, and we may not have. It's not the commission that's deciding these things. We're discussing it, trying to get to a consensus. But if there's not a consensus, we defer to staff to take the time and come up with a resolution or compromise or the right wording that makes it more acceptable. So, and that's worked fairly well. It's not our comp plan, it's their comp plan. So,
thank you. So let's see. So my gut says, hey, let's just do this thing, and it's going to get looked at again with council. Let's move it along, progress. But then my head says, okay, well, if it's not demoralizing to staff, any head nods or anything, to have to go back into a committee, and if our subcommittee is willing to do the work to meet again and go through a resolution, I think in reality we'd probably spend an hour, at least a half an hour slog getting through motions and adding this, deleting that now to get through it tonight. So that being said, I think I would be in support of the motion to have it go back to subcommittee, take our comments. Those of us who are interested, we send you our comments. And Assistant Senior City Attorney, we can do that. Yes, we can send. To whom will we send comments to avoid any Brown Act issues?
Send them to staff. I think
Okay.
Stephen Turner's been heading up that committee with Elena.
Okay. And then they can share them with the subcommittee when they're at the subcommittee, is that correct?
So just to clarify.
They probably shouldn't be shared with the committee members, but they will be set forth in the staff report.
Okay, so let's say I really want item A to be changed to item B, and I send it to staff, and then they meet with the subcommittee, then what can staff share about my desires or someone's desires for switching item A to item B?
Yeah, that's really not appropriate. That type of communication should occur in public.
Yeah, okay, and then my other question is, then I assume that would be the same for any sort of straw polls, where if we said, oh, we can't look at, when we're not in the meeting, we can't discuss amongst ourselves of what things we have a problem with as well, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. You can take a straw poll in this form right now.
Got it. Okay. Okay, thank you.
I just want to jump in real quick.
Commissioner Alchik.
The initial question was, what would the role be of the subcommittee? That was the question I asked you, and I don't disagree with you that a second review of a final draft is important. I'm not opposed to that. I mean, the staff has asked us to ask them to come back on January 29th. I don't see why we would want to burden this process with a subcommittee meeting that may be difficult to organize, may be difficult to schedule, that frankly doesn't resemble our typical process here, which is that we've all given comments now on 2 different occasions. We've had the added benefit of everybody in the community having 2 opportunities to participate in this process. Staff, I think, is exceptionally capable of accepting our comments. The notion that a subcommittee is going to have a running dialogue mid-review a draft and opine on it doesn't seem appropriate, especially considering the fact that if any of us send our comments after tonight for this next draft, that could very easily violate Brown Act. So the whole notion is that if you've got some suggestions here and you've done your homework, make your comments. If we need to do another round, let's do it. But let's give staff the opportunity to bring the second draft here so that we can move this along. I don't think this subcommittee idea is a good one.
Can I just comment on that?
Commissioner Martinez.
I agree with that. It was Stephen's idea, not ours. If I don't have to go to another meeting, I'm happy with that. I think our track record has been pretty good in not coming up with new ideas, kind of new changes to what's been discussed. If it's determined that the comments from tonight are what's to be considered, we can do that. Or staff can take our comments on their own and go through it and come back to us on the 29th. I'm happy with either one.
Well, Mr. Chair, at the risk of elongating this discussion further, I think the issue is that we've heard comments from all of you, but we don't know if you all agree with each other's comments. Some of the commission said we want more density. Some said we have a specific vision for this plan that's not reflected in it. Some said we want senior housing of a certain type and location. And we don't know if all of you agree with each other's comments. So we could use our judgment and come back to you with something that tries to achieve some of all of your goals. But I'm afraid we're going to be in an infinite loop here, because those of you who we don't agree with and we don't bring those comments back, you won't see what you suggested reflected in the document.
Actually, I will respond. Okay. So the commission with the staff has been working on a process for the amendment of the comprehensive plan for many years now. I believe that this process has considerable integrity and is very constructive and effective. I think we have a motion to utilize the subcommittee to move the California Avenue Area Concept Plan draft forward so it can come back to the commission in January. If that motion passes or not, then we can act accordingly. I think our objective as a commission is to move this to the council. But I believe it should be moved to the council in the best condition possible, reflecting the input that we've got from the community this evening and 2 weeks ago, and also input from the commission, which hasn't been reflected in any new iteration of the language. So if the motion passes for the subcommittee to work in the way that we've been working all along, then we will make every effort to do so. And if the motion fails, then staff will have the benefit of all of our comments and the public comments this evening. And we have one speaker from the public, Cheryl Lilienstein. Why don't we give you a minute or two, and what would you like to add to this?
I'm just curious about the process, and notice that when incomplete documents get sent up to the city council, that they too kind of just hand it off to the staff. So I would like to see a more complete document, something that more fully reflects input that you've heard tonight. But I'm also curious about those of you who would like to have input but are impeded by the Brown Act. And this is a question for you, whether if you get communications from members of the public after we have spoken to, say, Carl King, do you accept them? I mean, how can we get around the boundaries that impede communication that the Brown Act imposes? I just don't understand how to make an effective and efficient process happen with that as the blockade.
So Director Gittleman, would you like to?
Well, I think it comes back to the first conversation we had this evening about making effective use of these commission meetings to try and have as much dialogue as possible. So I think some of the commissioners have raised really interesting ideas. Many of them are compatible in the sense that I think staff could go away and develop a revised draft that addresses all of them. But a few of them stand out as maybe not having been supported by the whole commission, or we don't know if they're supported by the whole commission. So it would be useful for us to just again take a few minutes. If you're not going to refer this to subcommittee and you're just going to refer it to staff, I think we'd like to know if the commission agrees with the suggestion for additional density. If the commission agrees I'm just picking out the issues that I identified in the conversation that we didn't hear consensus on. So the density, the senior housing, a stronger vision statement. Maybe staff can help me if there are other ideas that we heard from individual commissioners, but we don't know if there's support from a majority.
Actually, let me. So I think we're going to have 7 different opinions on this in short order. What I would like to propose is a vote on the motion as to whether we refer this to a subcommittee. If that motion fails, then we should open up a motion to provide specific comments. And then we can, presumably, if that motion is the motion that carries, then the staff will have direction to do some work and come back to us at a future meeting. Okay?
Can I make an amendment?
So Commissioner Alchek, with,
I think the issue here is not just for staff. Frankly, the subcommittee will have no notion of what we're prioritizing. They can't, because we're failing at the single job we have here, which is to opine and to take a tally of how we feel about this specific issue. So I can't, my amendment would be that regardless of whether this goes, I don't believe we should be going to subcommittee, and I won't support the motion, but regardless of whether it goes to subcommittee or to staff directly, there should be some moment tonight where we discuss how we feel about these issues so that we could give the subcommittee, which is made up of, I'm not sure which commissioners,
Martinez, Keller, and Mike.
the 3 of you, direction onto whether the majority of us feel the same way you feel, or whether or not you should be adapting the document to reflect an idea that maybe you don't personally agree with. So the issue is the same problem they're having, you're going to have.
Could you state your amendment?
So the amendment is that regardless of whether or not we send this to staff directly or whether you guys participate in some sort of subcommittee hearing, we should discuss, again, what are the priorities we have, because frankly, they are not, nobody knows. There are individuals here who are discussing greater density and there are individuals who are not. And so we should have a tally so that we know how we feel about this.
So Commissioner Martinez, do you accept the amendment?
Well, sort of. I don't think I would be in favor of the subcommittee if it didn't have unanimous support. So in a way, I think I do support what Commissioner Alchek has suggested.
Vice Chair Keller?
I'm actually going to suggest another way of handling it. And what I'm going to suggest is that we have a series of amendments to the referral to the subcommittee motion. And each of those amendments considers each of the topics that has been suggested as being changes to the draft area concept plan. And that if the amendment carries by having a majority vote from this body, then it is carried forward as direction to the subcommittee in terms of drafting. And if the amendment doesn't carry, then it is not carried forward as something for the subcommittee to do. And I think that will be definitive. This is reason why I've been pushing for a number of years about straw polls. In this particular case, I think the best way to do it is actually have a formal amendments to the motion. So I think that's what I was going to suggest a few moments ago is the way to handle it. And I think that that Director Gittleman certainly would like to see definitive direction. And if the subcommittee does that, I think it's the way to handle it.
So is that a substitute amendment?
That is a substitute way of handling it, and so I'm...
Yes?
Yes, a substitute amendment in effect. So what I'm going to suggest is I'm going to make if I may, I have a series of...
I think we got it.
...amendments that I'm going to make, and then we'll see, and we'll make these as non-friendly amendments so that they could be voted on overall.
So Commissioner Alchek, do you withdraw your proposed amendment?
I withdraw my proposed amendment and second this. Hopefully this will work.
Okay, so let's vote on the motion in chief.
Actually, according to Robert's Rules and Order, you don't vote on a motion in chief. You vote on a motion in chief as amended. So you have to actually amend the motion first.
Okay, so let's proceed with the amendment to the motion.
Can I make a bunch?
You can make 3.
Okay, so the first amendment that I'd like to make is that PTOD cannot be used with the housing density bonus law concessions.
We should probably do this one at a time.
Yes, so we'll do, that's what I'm suggesting, one at a time. So I'm suggesting that we don't allow PTOD to be used with housing density bonus law concessions. You have to not accept it, not use the housing density bonus law if you use PTOD bonus.
Yeah.
Chair?
Excuse me,
Don't I?
Chair.
Director Gittleman.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to jump in on that particular issue, the way it's been expressed. I'm not sure that we could do it. And the housing, we have to offer housing density bonuses. It's a state law. So I understand what you're trying to get to, but we have to phrase it in a different way. If what you're trying to achieve are lower overall housing densities, I think you're trying to say we should adjust the standards so that even if you got a housing density bonus, it would be a lower density.
Actually, what I'm suggesting is PTOD is a discretionary act,
Right.
and if you choose housing density bonuses, then you are not eligible for the discretionary act of the city, which is to give PTOD. If you choose standard zoning without concessions, then we'll give you PTOD.
With all due respect, if this suggestion to the committee doesn't play into the legalities of this situation, then your draft will reflect that they couldn't be amended in such a way.
Okay.
I think we shouldn't treat these as ordinances. I think we should treat them as the suggestions on how to edit it. And if somebody comes up with a crazy amendment and nobody wants to support it, or everybody supports it and it's not legal, you'll let us know in the next draft.
Back to me.
Commissioner Martinez.
So do I, as the maker of the motion, do I accept or reject these, or how does it work?
So I would like to express some concern that we're going to sort of exceed the city council record for late night meetings if we get into editing this issue by issue. And when I suggested to Vice Chair Keller that you had 3 amendments, I didn't mean that was the first 3. I wanted you to pick the 3 most important, and that was it.
Yes, I'm picking 3 most important, and I'm suggesting that we handle it through treating it as a non-friendly amendment with an immediate vote on each item.
Okay, so just for context and for time management, what are the other 2?
I'd like to give them one at a time. It's easier for people to keep track of them that way.
I think we can keep in mind 3 different concepts. So what are the other 2?
The other one is that we establish an overall carrying capacity of the California Avenue area to balance against the zoning capacity of individual parcels.
Okay, and the third?
Let me think about which is the third one I want to do. But those are the 2 I'll offer now. I may offer a third later.
Okay, let me just suggest that Commissioner Martinez has suggested that this document would benefit from having sort of an overall vision.
You're welcome to offer that as your own. You know, it's not like the thing. You know, you have 3 too, I presume. So, and anyway, those are the 2 I'm suggesting, and I request that we just basically have an immediate vote on each of these 2 items separately.
Okay, so let's have a vote on the suggestion that the Vice Chair Keller has stated with respect to the applicability of the density bonus and the PTOD concession, and I won't try to restate it. All in favor of that being reflected in a revision? All opposed? So it does not pass. It's 3-3. Commissioners Keller, Tanaka, and King voted in favor. Martinez, Alchek, and Michael voted against. What's your second?
The second one is that we establish a carrying capacity of maximum build-out for California Avenue, and separate from the zoning capacity of individual parcels.
Can I just ask, what does that mean?
It's sort of like a downtown cap for California Avenue. So right now, the only cap that was effectively there is the zoning of individual parcels, and the maximum build-out of those individual parcels is more than we might want for the area. So it's established a cap.
So would this be a development cap for residential, commercial, retail? How would you reflect that?
Well, I'm basically mainly establishing a cap for commercial.
So you want to cap the commercial?
I basically want us to establish a cap, and maybe create a study to figure out what the cap should be, and I'm not exactly sure how to word that and whatever, but that's why I'm referring to the committee. I think that's reasonably understood.
And then commercial is office, not retail, or?
My intention is commercial office, not retail, and not residential.
Okay, so with that clarification, maybe you can restate what the actual motion is.
Yes, my idea is to establish for California Avenue, this district, and perhaps sub-districts through appropriate study, what is the cap on commercial office, non-residential, non-retail space.
Okay. All in favor of that?
I have a question before.
Commissioner King has a question.
Can we only speak to motions, or can we speak to amendments as well?
Just speak to the commercial capacity.
I could speak to, okay. So I think in theory, that's a wonderful idea. I've always thought that we should think of urban planning as with the ultimate carrying capacity. But it's a huge topic, and how do you go at it? I think it's a great discussion topic, but I will not vote in support of it because I think including it here would be confusing and will generate, it'd be very challenging to make this a successful part of this plan in a short period of time.
No, let's put it to a vote. So how many in favor of,
I'm talking about studying it, not, that's what I'm suggesting.
Vice Chair Keller?
Yes, I suggested studying it and what the cap should be. So I'm not imposing one right now, just allowing us that to be considered.
Okay. All in favor of this proposal? All opposed? So that's 2 in favor, Keller and King, and Martinez, Michael, Alcheck, and Tanaka opposed. Are the other specific, Commissioner King's hand was up first.
Okay. Let's see. I would like to move an amendment to change program CA, this is page 18, change program CA CP-3.4.1 to the wording of investigate the design and construction of a public safety building in the California Avenue and Fries planning area, period.
And not necessarily in that part.
That's it. That's the, okay. So, and did you want, can I do one at a time, or?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm going to dispense with a second on that. How many in favor of Commissioner King's proposal? That's unanimous.
But I have a question about it. That one, that was supposed to be part of the staff subcommittee's work to review the language of those things. Are we now going policy by policy and stating what we want? Then we don't need the subcommittee to go meet with staff. I thought it was the density and senior housing and some of the more obscure topics that we were going to support or not support.
So I believe that Commissioner King's motion was very useful, and I think it's not inconsistent with Commissioner Martinez clarifying that we're providing direction to staff with respect to what may go into the revised document, not prescribing the exact language, but consistent with your motion. So continue, Commissioner King.
Excuse me. Regarding page 21, program CACP 5.1.1, I would propose that staff change the wording to be require the residential component of mixed-use development in the sub-area to be no less than 20% of the total square footage. Period.
All in favor of that suggestion to modify 5.1.1? All opposed? Abstained?
Well, I don't think I heard it completely.
Maybe, Commissioner King, you could restate.
Yes, so changing it from housing to be between 20 and 50% of the total square footage to be no less than 20% of the total square footage, period.
So let's revote. All in favor of this language? Any opposed? So that's 4 in favor, King, Alcheck, Michael, Martinez, 2 opposed, Tanaka, and Keller. You got one more.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. So I would propose I would propose to staff to strike item page 18, policy CACP-3.3, allow maximum permitted FAR on parcels. I would strike that, and that's in recognition of Commissioner Keller's comments previously that I agree that that is, it's not a change or a real policy. Thank you.
All in favor of striking CACP 3.3? All opposed? So that's carries 4-2. King, Michael, Keller, Martinez in favor. Tanaka, Alchek opposed. Commissioner Martinez.
Thank you. My amendment is that we direct staff in the subcommittee to strengthen a policy for increasing housing density along in the California concept plan area.
All in favor of this proposal?
Could you repeat that?
Well, the planning director said that it was confusing, that some of us, and it looks like this is true, oppose higher density and some of us support it. And I think it's my amendment is that we work to fashion a policy that clearly states that the intention of the concept plan is to increase housing density.
Okay, all in favor? All opposed? Abstained? How did you vote?
I voted in favor.
Okay, so that's 3-3. It didn't pass. Commissioner Martinez, did you have any other points that you want? Okay, Commissioner Tanaka.
Okay, so I have three. So first one is, I believe that this is an area of change of significant, where we can try to make this area, it's the center of Palo Alto. It's something which I think we all recognize that is one of the greatest areas of opportunity. And one of the statements in there is the first one, which is, let me see, it was page 10, goal CACP-1. And I think that it's not so much to preserve, because I think if you look at the olive pepper area, it's surrounded by commercial. And a lot of that residential is actually owned by a lot of the commercial properties around there. And so I don't know if this is necessarily the right statement, whether it's to preserve or I think that's probably too strong of a statement for what's actually happening in this area. So my motion is basically to, I think there should be some sort of transition, but I don't think preserve is the right statement for what's happening when, that AT&T store on the corner is one of the busiest stores in the nation, and it's surrounded by commercial, and I think this is not, we should not try to preserve that kind of state there. So that's my motion.
Are you proposing to delete this policy?
No, I think there should be some sort of transition. I don't think I'm not proposing cold turkey. I do know that the property owners are, so there should be some sort of transition, but I don't think it should be preserved. It should be something else. I think the subcommittee could talk about that, but I don't think preserve is the right thing for what's happening in that area and what's nearby. I think strategically we have to make decisions as to, do we want to have something. I think there's single family areas in Palo Alto which I think should need to be preserved and need to stay R1, but I wouldn't say this is one of those areas.
So I'm still not understanding. Are you proposing to say?
Well, I'm not trying to wordsmith this right now, but I could if you want me to.
No, don't do that. So you're suggesting that this policy be reviewed by staff?
Well, I've reviewed and I think preserve is too strong on the spectrum. There needs to be something much softer.
And it should be reviewed by staff and possibly consider as a transition to...
Something on that order, yes.
Okay. So, so I think I understand the motion. All in favor? Opposed? So that's 3-3. It didn't pass.
Okay. My second motion is about the Fry's sub-area. And right now, it doesn't go all the way to El Camino as the whole Cal Ave concept plan does. I believe that the El Camino frontage is important for whatever retail component that might be in that area. And for us to not extend that to all the way to El Camino would be a mistake. Because right now, along Portage, it's kind of chopped off. Maybe you could bring the map up to the PowerPoint. But I think that if any retail business that has a chance of surviving this area is going to need that El Camino frontage, and I think that's something. Oh, it's too small. But I think you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah. So that corner that's chopped off right now from the concept plan, I think should be as part of that sub area. That's my motion.
Can I ask a clarification?
And we should allow increased commercial densities to allow these businesses to be viable in that area. Right? Yeah, maybe it's a laser pointer. Someone could point to it.
So Vice Chair would like to request a clarification.
Yes, earlier we said something about allowing residential greater than 20%, not capped by 50%. I assume that you're not referring to applying that to the area that you're increasing, right?
Correct. What I'm proposing here is to give retail, right now Fry's is still one of the top revenue generators for the city. The city's still kind of working its way back out of the recession, and we need the sales tax. Fry's has been an important component. Fry's in the past has expressed interest in trying to get El Camino frontage. If we, by drawing the plan the way we draw right now, we chop off that opportunity. And I believe that we want to, whether it's Fry's or someone else that goes there later, I think we want to give them the chance to actually become more viable. And I think traffic is what retail thrives on. And when you take away half of that frontage on El Camino, you lose that. And so I think we need to, and I don't want to get into the wordsmith because I think the subcommittee can figure that out, but I believe that we need to look at ways to make this more viable for retail. So
I think as long as your motion does not involve adding the applicability of additional residential on top of it, that's my concern.
In fact, it's quite the opposite. It's more about trying to make this area more viable for retail, which right now the main use is retail, but how can it become more viable? How can we keep that sales tax dollars here in Palo Alto versus going somewhere else? And I think the subcommittee can figure out the details. So I'm not trying to figure that out for them.
I have a question for staff.
Question from Commissioner King.
Can you explain why that is carved out, why it's not a rectangle, why that area has been omitted, please?
I think generally areas were left out that were either seen as not really subject to change or that we were seeking to protect. For example, a lot of the single-family residential neighborhoods. And also, I believe that those properties have been recently redeveloped and are owned by different property owners. And so that was probably the reason why those areas were left out.
But they're warehouses right now. It's commercial all the way to El Camino. It's a Foot Locker. It's a bunch of warehouses. It's no residential at all. And these warehouses are old. I mean, they're really old. So they're not redeveloped.
Okay. Do you see any detriment to us changing the boundary? Not to put you on the spot or anything.
Basically, those property owners haven't been involved in this discussion. I believe that some of those properties are, I think applications have been, are about to be shortly submitted for some of those, including the Foot Locker site, but they haven't been involved in this discussion. So to expand the boundaries to include them at this point would definitely be a surprise for them and might be awkward in this process.
Thank you.
So for clarification, Commissioner Tanaka, why don't you kind of restate what we're voting on?
Basically, I want the subcommittee to look at how to make, right now this is a prominent retail property for Palo Alto, although it is zoned R1. It brings in substantial tax revenue to Palo Alto. It's, the Fry site in the past has asked for more frontage on El Camino. All the property from the Fry site all the way down to El Camino, that's on the part where it's chopped off right now on the corner, is all commercial. A lot of it's old retail, old industrial buildings. It's not residential. I would like the subcommittee to study this area, to extend the boundaries of that so it's not chopped off like that, not gerrymandered, and look at ways to make this more viably commercial. And that might mean increased density for a commercial, if that's what it takes. But I'm not dictating this to the subcommittee. It's my motion here is a recommendation to, this is one of the most prominent sales tax dollars generator for Palo Alto, and I think it'd be great to keep it that way. So I'd like to help explore ways to make that happen.
So this would be a motion for the staff and the subcommittee to work together in exploring this possibility.
Correct.
All in favor? It's unanimous.
Okay, great. Yeah. Okay, so my last one is, and I think this is kind of a general one, which is, I think, I know Commissioner Alchek and I have certainly spoke about it. I think this may be a little bit more up to debate for the rest of the commissioners, but I think in general, I think increased density, and the kind of increased density I'm talking about is commercial density, retail density, because I think Commissioner Keller has said on many occasions, not tonight, but on many occasions, that you put the jobs where the transit is versus the housing where the transit is. And I actually believe that. You look at Manhattan. Manhattan's one of the greenest places on earth. All the jobs are there. People commute in, and it seems to work pretty well versus the other way around. So Commissioner Keller could talk about his rationale, but he's talked about it many times. I've heard it countless times, and I believe it. And so I do believe that increased density in this area makes a lot of sense, but it's not housing density, it's commercial density. And so that's kind of an overarching thing that I think we should probably debate and opine upon if we agree upon that or not. I would say that, this goes along with even the tech corridor, where I think there should be strong incentives to encourage more startups to be in this area, so that Palo Alto is the birthplace of a lot of great companies, can continue to do that. So I think I'd like the subcommittee to kind of study that aspect as they revise this concept plan.
So this is a motion for the subcommittee to study the possibility of increased commercial density as part of the concept plan. All in favor? Opposed? So that's 3-3, so it's a hung vote. Commissioner Alchek?
Okay, so my amendment is that staff incorporate language that more significantly encourages greater intensity and in all the uses, in commercial, in retail, in housing if it's multifamily. I would encourage staff to add language that allows for greater height in the California Avenue plan. So when I say intensity, I really mean scale, height, density, FAR. And I think there should be even greater language encouraging mixed-use development. That would be my amendment to this motion in the editing process.
So just to clarify, that sounds like two different ideas.
We're talking about giving direction to staff for their next edit. And my suggestion is that they double down on enhancing the intensity and vibrancy by having language that encourages greater intensity. So instead of protecting, we knocked out protecting. I am suggesting a step further, that the language of a lot of these policies encourage what I like to refer to as density done right. So greater in density, intensity, potentially scale and height. I'm suggesting that staff attempt to incorporate that in the vision for California.
So, question from Commissioner Martinez?
More a way in which I can support this amendment, and that's to remove the issue of height. I think we can achieve what you're asking for within our 50-foot height limit.
Fine.
And so, with that.
And the goal of seeking unanimity on an amendment tonight, I would accept that.
Okay. Let's vote on that. All in favor? Opposed? So that's 4-2 with King and Keller opposed and the rest in favor. Do you have any more?
I'm not going to mention any other amendments, but I would just like to say the following, that I think as in the future, maybe we should spend time during our comment session relating back to other commissioner statements and how we feel about them more specifically, so that we don't have to go through this process next time. I think maybe if each of us had commented on the other person's suggestions a little bit more, you guys would have had enough direction.
Okay. So I want to just give each commissioner a chance to make any sort of additional proposals that they consider particularly important. Commissioner Martinez?
Yeah, I have just one little itty bitty one, and that's I would like to see in our policies and programs a little more clarity in what this leads to. For example, to cite desired densities, to talk about residential standards, neighborhood standards, excuse me, that the community could respond to, because we have a way of writing policies that make them sound like there's something for everybody. And when it turns out when we try to use them, there's nothing for nobody. So if we can move towards being more explicit in what our intentions of the plan want to be, I would like to see that.
So that doesn't require a vote, does that? That's just a general.
Just a general thing, no vote.
Okay. Vice Chair Keller?
Yes, so I would like to encourage, I would like to encourage that the housing built be smaller unit sizes directed towards seniors and workforce housing for people, non-family workforce housing, due to the lack of schools in the area and the lack of parks, that this is basically encourage the smaller units to go along with what we've talked about in terms of increased density.
Okay. All in favor of this proposal?
Can you restate that?
Yes, I'm encouraging smaller units that are suitable for seniors and younger singles without kids. Excuse me? I'm suggesting smaller units. I'm encouraging smaller units.
Period? Can you do period right there?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Commission, there may be some fair housing issues associated with that particular motion that I imagine you'd want staff to look into.
We struck the singles and seniors on that. Isn't that better? Isn't that better?
Smaller, if the motion is just for encouraging smaller unit sizes, that would be great.
Yes, the motion is to encourage smaller unit sizes, period.
Okay. So I think we can vote on Commissioner Keller's, Vice Chair Keller's proposal. All in favor? Opposed? So 5-1 with Commissioner Alchek voting against. Commissioner Alchek, did you have anything else you wanted to add to that?
No. I think we've done a lot.
Commissioner Tanaka? Commissioner King? Okay. No. I think you're good.
I'd like to propose no more amendments.
I don't want to make an amendment, I just want to make a
Vice Chair Keller has a comment.
Yes, I actually think, even though it took a while, I actually think that the process of us voting on each and every proposed change was actually a very good one and allowed us to achieve clarity. And even though some of the things I proposed were not adopted, I think that the clarity of the group in voting against them was better than if I had pushed my ideas in the subcommittee, and the subcommittee were in favor of them and the overall commission were not. Thank you.
So let's have a vote on the motion to submit this to the subcommittee to work with staff based on the input that has now been collected. And return on the 29th of January with a revised draft. All in favor? That's unanimous. Director Gittleman.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we've got one more topic to go into. he's gone home. And Commissioner Tanaka will be joining us shortly, but let's commence as we have a quorum. And the next topic is the housing element zone code changes. Beginning with a staff report.
Yes, staff has prepared a brief presentation considering. But prior to beginning, I would like to just point out a couple quick corrections with staff's recommendation in the staff report. In recommendation number 2, it is to amend section 18.16, not .15060 of the zoning code. And with recommendation number 5, it is to revise section 18.18.060, not 18.19. So I'd like to just point out those two corrections. So good evening. My name is Tim Wong, and I'm a senior planner. And I have a brief presentation for you tonight regarding a number of proposed zoning amendments as part of the Housing Element Program implementation process. And this is for the 2007-2014 Housing Element. Some background, as you know, the city has been working on the 2007-2014 Housing Element Update for some time, and in August of 2013, the city received a letter from HCD certifying that the city's housing element was in compliance with housing element state law. And within the housing element, there were a number of programs proposed to achieve the objectives of the housing element, including meeting our city's RHNA requirement, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, and other state requirements. This is the first of 2 rounds of housing implementation programs. These zone amendments before you are the less complicated, the low-hanging fruit, if you will, and also to help meet some state requirements. A second round of program implementation will be before you I anticipate in about 6 months. And the second round of the zone amendments will be a little more complicated. It'll be lot consolidation program and zoning incentives for development of smaller units, consistent with what was discussed in the previous item. Also, just as a side note, the density bonus zone amendment, which the PTC reviewed a few months ago, is on a separate track, and that will be heard by the council in January. And so I would like to start off by explaining some of the state requirements. The first state requirement is SB 2. It is a piece of legislation that was passed in actually 2007, implemented in 2008, that strengthened housing element law in support of emergency shelters and transitional and supportive housing. So in SB 2, it said that transitional and supportive housing are to be considered as multifamily residential uses and only subject to those jurisdictions' requirements for multifamily residential uses. So jurisdiction could not require more than just what is required of multifamily residential uses. Also, SB 2 required jurisdictions to designate a zoning district or potential sites that emergency shelters could be permitted without discretionary review. And so in response to the SB 2 requirements, staff proposes to amend the definition section of the zoning code to add supportive housing and transitional housing as multifamily residential uses, and also to amend the ROLM, the Research Office Light Manufacturing East Embarcadero, east of Highway 101 Zone District, to add emergency shelters as a permitted use and to establish performance and design standards. Therefore, if a developer submits an application that meets the emergency shelter standards, in the ROLM-E zone district, it must be approved without discretionary review. So therefore, this is a by right use. And this is a map showing the ROLM-E zone district. All those parcels in that zone district are with the crosshatched red, crisscrossed. So any parcel in that zone district would be eligible for the emergency shelter use and standards. The next state requirement is the RHNA requirement, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. For the 2007-2014 housing element, the city was assigned 2,860 units. And after subtracting out approved and built units, there was still 1,646 units that needed to be identified. In the housing inventory sites to accommodate, there were enough sites to accommodate 1,680 units, including 32 neighborhood commercial or CN zoned sites. But in order to reach that 1,680 figure, staff had proposed that the CN zone sites would be increased to a maximum of 20 units per acre. Currently, the zoning standard is 15 units per acre maximum. So the city's proposal is to amend the CN zone district, that should be 18.16060, to increase the density for residential projects of CN zoned parcels in the HIS from 15 units to 20 units. And again, just to note that this increase in zoning density are for those CN zoned parcels in the city's HIS. All other CN zoned parcels outside of the, not identified in the HIS, would remain at 15 units per acre. And lastly, HCD required that the city adopt a citywide reasonable accommodation policy. Reasonable accommodation allows persons with disabilities to seek regulatory relief from zoning requirements to access their homes. So for example, if a person with a disability wished to put a wheelchair ramp within a required setback, through the reasonable accommodation policy, there would be no discretionary action taken to approve the wheelchair ramp in that required setback, such as a variance or an HIE, a home improvement exception. So staff proposes to add chapter 18.46 that establishes a process for the reasonable accommodation request. And lastly, there are a couple zoning cleanup items. In the previous zoning, the 99 to 06 housing element, as a program to that, it allowed exclusive residential use for those CN and CD zoned sites in that housing inventory site. But staff received direction from council that there would be no more loss of non-residential or commercial zoned properties or parcels. Therefore, staff is removing that exception. So therefore, exclusive residential is now prohibited in those two zones. And this is, it's hard to read, but a quick summary or table of your requested actions tonight, the sections and the reason for the action. And while it is important to implement some of the proposed programs in the 2007-2014 housing element, there's also significance for the upcoming 2015-2023 housing element update. For that, HCD has developed what is known as a streamlined review to review housing elements. Previously, HCD review could take up to a period of months, up to 13 months, sometimes longer, but they have what is known as a streamlined review, which now takes 60 days. And for that is significant because the city, in order to meet the January 31st, 2015 deadline, of the next housing element update, we will need to utilize the 60-day streamlined review. So in order for a jurisdiction to complete or to be eligible for the streamlined review, it must complete the following items: is to rezone the adequate sites, which we're doing through the CN revision. Approve zoning to permit emergency shelters, so you're designating the ROLME zoning district. Zoning to permit transitional and supportive housing as a multifamily residential use, in updating the definitions that's being done. And then policies, ordinances, and procedures established to allow reasonable accommodation. That is being done in adding a new chapter for reasonable accommodation. And lastly, adoption of a density bonus ordinance, which will be done separately. And therefore, in the sake of brevity, here's a summary of the zoning recommendations that staff is recommending. But for the exact language, I suggest you refer back to the staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
So thank you for that. We have one public speaker.
The public speaker is Herb Borak.
Good evening, Chair Michael and Commissioners. I have 3 comments. The first regarding the emergency shelters for the homeless, and the ordinance at the top of page 11 of the draft ordinance. It refers to Palo Alto quality assurance standards for emergency shelters for the homeless, but doesn't say what they are. When there's a use permit, say for a temporary shelter, and there's a process and conditions are placed on it. So I think that there are going to be such quality assurance standards that the council should adopt them by the effective date of the ordinance. Staff believes that it doesn't require an ordinance for those, and it could be adopted in one vote and takes effect immediately. Then there's even enough time for the commission to review them and make a recommendation, although that's may not even be necessary. But those should be in place in public and have council adoption. The second topic is the reasonable accommodations for accessibility. Usually when you have entitlements, they go with the land, but here you're providing something that goes with an individual. And I don't think they should stay in place if that individual is no longer in the housing. So there should be language in the ordinance that requires removing the modifications or exceptions to the rules, standards, and practices for the siting, development, and use of housing or housing-related facilities when the person who requires those accommodations is no longer in that housing. The third comment refers, I believe it's only in one place in the ordinance, and that's in findings and recitals, refers to SB 2. I know that people who work in the field use a number of a bill from a previous legislature as sort of a shorthand way of referring to something, but I don't think it's appropriate in an ordinance. If this is a codified bill, then the section and title of the California Code is what should be mentioned there, or it may have a popular title name, or either way, or at least if not that, then the statute, year, and chapter. Thank you.
Does staff has a response to any of these comments by Mr. Borak?
Well, in regards to the quality assurance standards, we do have some draft. We're still working on them, but those should be prepared shortly. And also, in regards to SB2, yes, SB2 was passed to amend Government Code Section 65583, and that change will be made. And with the reasonable accommodation, I'm not sure.
I think we'll have to look into the reasonable accommodation comment. I don't know that state law and whether we're going to be able to make that change.
Okay, well, if you'll just follow up as appropriate, that would be fine. So turning back to the commission, open it up for any questions or comments that the commissioners may have. Commissioner Martinez.
Regarding changing the CN to 20 units per acre, as I think you said in our housing inventory sites, most of them are pretty small. So even if, and there are a few that are 10,000 square feet or larger, they're small sites. So I'm just following up on the California Avenue concept plan. Most of the sites there are 5,000 square feet. Maybe there's a few 10,000 square feet, and there are some that are on our inventory. That doesn't provide very many units. It doesn't see how we're really achieving either the density that we're looking for or achieving our RENA goals. Shouldn't that standard be upped a bit?
Excuse me, could you please repeat that last? Shouldn't the standard be?
The density from 20 units, shouldn't it be 40 units or something like that to achieve our responsibility for housing needs assessment goals?
Well, my response is first to start, our surplus was so small that my response would be every little bit helps in regards to meeting our RENA requirements. Yes, with this increase in density, we would only get possibly, there were 32 parcels on the CN zoned parcels on the HIS staff, and I think we'd probably get 15 to 20 units more through the upzone. But seeing how our surplus is about 15 units right now, that this does help. And in regards to going up to 40 or something higher than that, yeah, well, 20 was chosen because the state assigned the city a default density of 20 units per acre. So this was an increase in zoning that wouldn't create significant impacts, I believe, and also help meet our default density requirements.
I guess I would add, let's save that idea. I mean, we committed to rezone or to increase the density to 20 units to the acre on these sites in this housing element, but that next housing element is staring us in the face after the first of the year. So we could consider higher densities on some of these sites in the next cycle.
Good point, I'll go with that. And then my second question, maybe it's more to the chair, is it may be time to reconstitute a new housing element subcommittee. I remember the days when I was first asked to serve on that. I think it was 2010. And I think I've served long enough, so maybe the chair might be thinking about constituting a new subcommittee to work with staff really right after the first of the year, and really being in on some of this conversation so that in our subcommittee reports we can have a report back once a month or something without having to ask Tim to come here for this update. My recommendation is it's a tradition for the chair to be part of the subcommittee, but I would, since he's not here, recommend Commissioner Pinelli to work with you. Now, I was joking about that, but I think he would be a really fine, enthusiastic commissioner to work on that. So just take it under advisement and be aware that we should be actively involved as part of our responsibility very shortly. Thank you.
Commissioner King.
Thank you. So I have a question regarding the reasonable accommodation. Could you describe what would either be the most common or atypical use, specific use for that?
Commissioner King, we have not had that many requests for reasonable accommodation, but I think the example I pointed out would probably be a more common one. A wheelchair ramp, maybe in the side yard setback, for example, to be able to access a side yard door or something along those types, along that type. That would be probably the most common example, but I think reasonable accommodation requests can have a whole range of potential requests, but that's the one that comes to mind. Can you think?
Yeah, I can't think of another example off the top of my head, but again, this is a state law. We really don't have a lot of discretion. It's kind of like the density bonus law, where the state says you have to do this, and you have to adopt a local ordinance to effectuate the state rules.
Got it. I guess I'm just trying to understand, based on the public comment, is there a potential for some, abuse that someone would use that to build something with a market value that then they would then gain market value when they leave the premises, that we would then want to, not allow that potential for abuse? Is what I'm trying to understand.
Again, we'll research that particular suggestion, but the reasonable accommodation requirements have been in state law for a while, and as Tim mentioned, we have rarely, if ever, well, maybe once in the last few years, have gotten a request for reasonable accommodation. So, I mean, it's an existing law, and it hasn't been the subject of abuse thus far.
Okay. It would seem prudent to include something, if in fact it is running with the property, as the public commenter mentioned, it would seem prudent to then include something that even if we don't actively enforce it, that addresses that issue, that if that requester in need of reasonable accommodation leaves the premises, that it can revert back to zoning.
We'll have to go back and review the state statutes. If we can put something like that in the ordinance, we will.
Great.
Oh, and if I might add, Commissioner King, one of the requirements to get to be granted a reasonable accommodation request is you must have a medical reason. Therefore, I don't think chances for abuse due to a medical reason there would be opportunities for that.
Yeah, it would be, if you believe all people are good, it would never happen, and most people are good. But there could be somebody who says, hey, in the extreme, somebody says, I'm going to make every 2 years I get this like extra bedroom beyond zoning, and then I sell the house because I can make, who knows? People are creative on that side too. So it seems, it seems reasonable to address. Thanks.
Commissioner Tanaka.
So I agree with what my fellow commissioner and the public speaker mentioned about the reasonable accommodation. It should ride with the person, not the property. That makes total sense to me. The one thing I want to understand is so are we currently meeting our arena numbers right now? You said we're 15 over, so we have a 15 unit surplus, correct?
Correct, but that is a very fluid number because we've had some parcels on the HIS be proposed for lesser density than estimated, but we've also had other properties developed for more. So it's very fluid, but as we speak right now, we have a very small surplus.
Okay, and does ABAGS, is it a requirement that you maintain it throughout the life of the element, or at the time the element is approved?
It's throughout the life through 2014, and in the housing element, they required that we add a program that we would actively monitor the development of the HIS sites. So we will be monitoring for the life of this housing element. But after January 15th, or January 31st of 2015, when the new starts, it's unknown whether that program will continue in the new housing element update.
Okay, I was just thinking back to what the planning director said, whether we should save our bullets for later. If we don't need it now, why use it? Why not upzone it later when we actually need the units? Unless we think those 15 units are going away between now and the end of January 31st, which is only a month and a half from now.
I should clarify that we committed to do this, this adjustment to the CN zone to have that little bit of surplus. It's something that we're required to do because of the commitments we made in the housing element. I would say anything over and above that, we should hold our fire and maybe address that in the next cycle.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought this was optional. If it was optional, then I would say.
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
I mean, the state wants you to have a surplus. We have a very skinny surplus, but they want you to maintain that.
Okay, well, but my only point was just that if we don't anticipate the surplus from going under the surplus before a month and a half from now, then maybe it's wise to use this bullet on the next round instead of this round.
Vice Chair Keller?
Thank you. So first I'm going to address what was brought up by Commissioner Tanaka about the increase in density from 15 units to 20 units. And that is, it is my understanding, and staff, please correct me if I'm wrong, that those sites that are on the housing inventory site list that are not developed may be carried forward to the next time. Is that correct? And therefore, if we have a surplus now, we can use it next time. So there's no harm in heading to the surplus now. It's not going to change our arena numbers for next time, which are already locked in stone as far as I can tell. So we might as well do it. And as the planning director indicated, we're committed to doing that. But the second thing is, it is my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that not only are we required to have a certain number of housing units on the housing inventory sites, but we're also required to have a certain level of affordability for these units. And affordability for those units is based on having a minimum density of 20 units per acre. And that's their state definition of what affordable zoning is, as opposed to affordable housing. And would these numbers be needed for achieving our affordable zoning threshold?
That's what Tim referred to as the default density. The state statutes basically say that if you meet that default density, the sites are deemed to accommodate low and very low income housing. Whether they actually do or not is not addressed in statute, but the default density is designed to ensure that jurisdictions achieve densities that the state believes will encourage affordable housing.
And my understanding is that the RENA numbers not only include overall numbers, but they include a certain amount for very low, low, and moderate, and that we might need these numbers to achieve the sum of the low, very low, and moderate. And I don't know if that's the case, but that might be another threshold that we needed to meet for this, and this would help us meet that threshold as well. So I'm not sure where we are in that, but it's another purpose of increasing the zoning to 20 units per acre. Okay, so a few questions. Pardon me, but I don't know what transitional housing is, so could you enlighten me? Thank you.
Commissioner Keller, we have the definition of transitional housing per the Health and Safety Code section means buildings configured as rental housing developments but operated under program requirements that call for the termination of assistance and recirculation of the assisted unit to another eligible program recipient at some predetermined future point in time, which shall be no less than 6 months.
I read it.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what it means. So perhaps you can convert it from legalese to plain English and explain to me what it's used, what transitional housing is used for.
It's part of the kind of whole continuum of care, if you will, that the first order is emergency shelters. If a homeless person needs some shelter, then they go to the emergency shelter. But transitional housing is when maybe that person has gotten a little more on his feet and needs somewhere to stay for a little bit longer so that he can or she can stabilize to go into affordable housing. So it's part of that entire continuum of care.
Thank you. So perhaps you could also tell me what supportive housing is, because I don't know what, I didn't look up section 53260D of the California Health and Safety Code, so perhaps you can enlighten me.
Supportive housing is just housing with supportive services. And so that's...
Is that like nursing homes or assisted living or things like that?
That I am not sure of, but supportive housing could be housing for those that had previous, probably, drug issues, those type of, that there are things in place to help them
or developmentally
recover.
disabled, or developmentally disabled?
That's another type of supportive housing.
Thank you. Obviously, it's up to the chair to appoint people, but I would be interested in serving on the housing subcommittee. So if I may, can I make a motion? Yes. So I move that the staff recommendation, particularly amending section 18.04.030, amending section 18.16.060, amending section 18.20.030, adding chapter 18.46, revising section 18.18.060C, as in Charlie. Also change the reference to SB2 in the preamble section to refer to that section of the California Code. Finally, a recommendation that staff explore whether it is reasonable to require some sort of removal of accommodations when the requester no longer occupies the property, perhaps when the property is sold, or perhaps when there's a building permit issued for the property, then that's an opportunity to check whether the resident who requested the accommodation is still there.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Tanaka. Vice Chair Keller, do you want to speak any further to your motion?
Just one comment in response to something that Commissioner Martinez mentioned. And that is, I'm wondering, just for a thought for the future, whether we need to have density limits or whether we should simply have FAR and envelope limits. And if people wish to build more density to those FAR and envelope limits, feel free. Because typically, most developments will maximize the amount of unit sizes, and we seem to want to encourage smaller units. So if somebody can figure out a way to fully park and build 30 units within that FAR and height and building envelope limits, so feel free. So that's just it's not a thing I want to add to the motion. It's just something to think about. Thank you.
Commissioner Tanaka, did you want to speak to your second? Okay, ready to vote? All in favor of the motion? It's unanimous. Good job.
With commissioners.
With Commissioners King, Tanaka, Martinez, Vice Chair Keller, and Chair Michael voting in favor, and Commissioner Alchek and Pinelli absent. Okay, so that concludes the three items. We can go to reports from, Director's report. So we always have an opportunity for you to make a director's report if you choose.
Due to the lateness of the hour, perhaps I will hold my director's report for another time.
That is fine. We have a set of minutes from November 20th, 2013 to approve. Can I have a vote to approve the minutes of November 20th, 2013. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I abstain.
Abstained, Commissioner Keller, because he was absent.
Not there, right?
Absent, yep. Any updates from committees, subcommittees? The Land Use Committee, the Comp Plan Subcommittee, currently working on the review of the land use element, has met and with staff, and we are looking forward to getting sort of a revised draft of the land use element to bring back to the commission, hopefully in January. Any other? Oh, so I was liaison to council for the month of December. It's been a busy month. 2 meetings so far, one more to come next week. It's all been reported in the news. At the first meeting, I took extensive notes, which I didn't bring, but I'm happy to expand upon what the council considered. They had at the meeting last week, there was a very significant topic relative to initiating a process for the future of the city. There were extensive public comments. Council members expressed their point of view as to desire to move forward with the visioning process, and I believe that after hours of discussion, there was a direction to staff to consider how this could be organized, and this will come back to council early in the new year. So that highly compresses a very significant topic, but I think it was reported in the weekly and the Post and maybe Director Gittleman, do you have any comments that you'd like to make about that?
I think that's a good synopsis. We did promise to bring, it was a study session, so we couldn't get explicit direction from council, so we agreed to bring back some recommendations and thoughts for council direction early in the new year. I think at this point we're thinking the first meeting in February, so we'll continue the conversation then.
Okay. And then at the meeting of council this week, they had 2 topics in particular which were of significance to planning. One was an extensive discussion, a study session on transportation demand management. Outside speakers from Stanford, Google, and Contra Costa County regarding best practices. Again, this is the first step in a process with staff to begin working on transportation demand management programs for Palo Alto, which addressing the important issues of traffic and parking is going to be of great significance and is a great opportunity going forward. Again, there was quite a lot of information presented, which the council meeting is, the video is archived, so you can pick up on all the details if you're interested. But I think that the council is discussing the possibility of establishing a business registry. One of the questions would be how to make plans about TDM based on the relevant data. And there's a lot that's not known by the city in terms of who are the people traveling in and out of the city, and how the transit modes can be optimized to achieve the optimal result. So big topic, first step, or this is the next step in that process. And then there was an extensive discussion of the project, which is at 240 Hamilton, which is primarily coming out of a consideration by the ARB, not the PTC. But I thought that it was very interesting from a PTC perspective because of the significant public interest that was expressed in terms of the parking issue, which was not part of this week's decision that had been actually addressed at a prior meeting in terms of the obligation to pay in lieu fees or otherwise, comply with the parking requirements. But there was a lot of passion and opinions expressed about what kind of development was compatible, which is an ARB standard that the council was passing on. But I think this relates to some of the planning issues that we have relative to the downtown development cap, the comprehensive plan update, and other planning issues that will be on our docket in the future. Vice Chair Keller.
Yes, I understand we have a new Chief Sustainability Officer, Gil Friend. Not intended, pun intended, but he is an old friend of mine. And I am looking for opportunities for the Planning and Transportation Commission to work with him. And I'm wondering when we might look at the climate, our sustainability plan or climate adaptation plan or thing like that. Obviously, I think the Utility Advisory Commission has proper purview for utilities, but in terms of transportation and housing and things like that, those issues as it relates to our sustainability and greenhouse gas reduction plans, I think those are proper things to be working with him on for the commission. Thank you.
One other item I'd like to touch on our upcoming tentative agenda items. In January, we're scheduled, believed to hear from staff regarding the department work plan, which we're looking forward to. And what I had hoped was that at a PTC meeting subsequent to that, we could establish an agenda to hold a retreat, and we would, in part on the basis of the department work plan, we could have a discussion of the PTC priorities for 2014. And what I would like to include in that is how we organize ourselves with respect to committees and other efforts to achieve those priorities, including, I think that would be the time to appoint a housing element committee if it's not required sooner than that. But perhaps, Director Gittleman, you can help us make sure we get on our agenda a time for retreat almost immediately following when we have a chance to hear about the department work plan.
This would be a good time to point out that our meeting in January has been moved. The first meeting in January is going to be the 15th rather than the second Wednesday. It's going to be the third Wednesday just because we're going to be fresh back after the holidays. So I don't know that we'll do the work plan that day. It may be the second meeting in January, in which case the retreat would follow in February. But I can talk to the chair about that offline.
Okay, so noted. And thank you very much. I believe those are all the updates, and meeting adjourned.